Let's see if this works. Let me know if y'all can see this. Otherwise, I am cooked. I hate this delay. It's killing me. Anyways, Acer already in 1 point. Hopefully we didn't miss too much of the action. Let's put that down. Oh, no. The 7-6, right? All right, let me know if this looks good. All right, I think we're in. I think we're in. Anyways, Acer in 2 points already. Again, I feel like they're going to be able to get this one out. They're doing a really good job right now. Sorry, y'all. The stream went down. I love that. I love when it goes down. Hopefully we didn't miss too much of the action. Anyways, it looks like I'll just be going in a solo right now as Martini. I'm trying my best. Right now, chat. I'm sorry. I want to give some love to the EU. It's just me, I guess, on the payroll watching these things hold down. I don't even see it on the stream. Let me see. Part 2. Okay, there we go. Is it up? Oh, no. Yeah? If you're in the chat, please let me know if you see it. I think we're good. Question mark. I can see the live. Yes, you can see the live. I'm so sorry. As you know, we do have problems here at TapCan. Able to take out Savage there with a beautiful C4. I'm sorry, guys. We are into the action. It's 2 points in, so we didn't miss too much of it as Acer moving in. Now already down a player, though. Looking a little better. Desander picking up Zeta there as they try to pick up maybe a second frag going out, but not going to be getting the damage they need. Sunset Ravens probably one of the better performances we've seen thus far. Picks a player intact, taking it down by TacPad. My mind is mush. Sorry, I'm like all over the place. Acer now denying it for the time of being. Sorry, Sunset Ravens. I'm still frazzled, chat. I don't know if you noticed. I'm definitely still frazzled, but I think we're into the action. As long as y'all can see the stream, I am chilling. Something just went down. Go boy on the back there, though, taking down the Sander and Mike. I don't think they were expecting someone from behind. And this is something I've noticed. Sunset Ravens, I think, utilizes the high-low strategy pretty often. To mixed results there as Fady can't quite take down that. Someone in the chat said, why third map? Oh my goodness, what is going on? How is Sunset Ravens losing these 1v2s? Anyways, Dev Center taking out Go Boy, leaving it down to Fady in a 1v1. Oh, and that is going to be unfortunately comes down to time in the end. Sunset Ravens up that point. Anyways, someone in the chat did say, why are they playing another map? they've already won two. And again, reminder, the games today are a best of 5, right? So you have to win 5 total maps. Sorry, three total maps out of the 5 to win. So if Sunset Ravens wins at this one, they'll be going on to either a map 4 or 5. But HRU have 2 in the pocket. They just need 1, the last one, and that's it. It's game. That's series game, and they'll be moving on to the next match. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I'm so sorry that things dropped. I hate when that happens, but we still have this. Things, you know, things are kind of funky on my end, but we move on and we persevere and we hope for the best. Okay, okay. But hey, we didn't miss too much. You know, we only missed 3 rounds. We only missed 3 rounds. Just the first half, right? Just the first half as a double drone coming out there from Acer. Shots coming out there from Sunset Ravens side of things, not quite going the way they need. Dev Center somehow avoiding the frag coming out there from Acer. There's a lot of good damage coming out there on Acer already starting off. A beautiful incense, really denying that area right now for Dev Center. Not quite working out in the favor they needed, as Acer slowly but surely trying to come in. Dev Center surprisingly not running into anyone. Goat Boy taking down 180 with their own, and Savage with one on top of that. And Desander and Jakub now, they're going to be the sole survivors on Sunset Ravens. Takes down the one for Desander and getting a little bit of flashbang. I don't believe it connected as Desander gets knocked down. Here's coffee for me, Martini. Thank you, Crazy Lee. I do need some coffee. I might go downstairs after this game and maybe pop some stuff because I need something for for game 2 after this one is done. Now Jakub having to be the sole survivor to maybe take out 3 different players, and not looking great right now. This player going in for the plant. And this is going to be the most unfortunate retake I think I've seen. And a 1v3, beautiful hold from the Acer side of things. I doubt they're really worried about this. And Jakub probably going to be going in for the save at this point. Got a Marui in hand. It's a pretty solid choice. And, I mean, what do you do against that EMP plant? It's not much you can really come back from. Again, if you're joining the stream later, I'm sorry, chat. The stream did go down, and I think there's like an auto stop function. I didn't turn it off, so it shuts down the other streams. I can't restart the same stream, unfortunately. So that is going to be it for that one. Maybe I might take it off again. There's going to be Breachers VRML again. Yes, we're just going into a brief hiatus. That's really what's going on. Nothing more than that. I wish we had some people really like the lead. Let me get the roll lock. Wait, what? Yeah, I can't even select. Love it. I love it. I love when things don't work. Anyways, I'm sorry, chat. I'm just like all over the place right now today. Once having the stream go down on you, especially a semifinals, is not gonna be great. But yeah, Breachers VRML, they're still gonna be a thing. We're just going on a brief hiatus until May, and then we'll hopefully see some cool stuff. Then I know we're still trying to figure out some stuff in the meantime. So look out, we might do some smaller tournaments, just to kind of keep the group going. Maybe some different styles of tournaments too. I've been talking with Gravy to see if we can have some interesting tournaments come out. So who knows? I'll be talking with Nightfire. We got to figure out something as that drone goes in. Doesn't quite get any damage though. Acer, again, still up 3-1. They are very much in the advantage side of things. They have 2 maps in the pocket. They just need this 3rd map, and it is game set for them. Tanner goes in for the swing. Savage getting picked up there. And I mean, that's a beautiful 1-2 punch as Zeta trying to at least knock them down for the count. Probably one of the harder entrances we've seen from Acer right now. They've not been able to really get in. The Dev Center going to be on this corner too. I believe they're the one with the EMP, so they got to really play with them and be careful. Pixel Player picking up 1 there. I gotta say, Pixel Player has been one of those players that I've seen time and time again to get several picks, and that's definitely helped out the Acer side as Zeta trying to come in on their own entrance there. Beautiful damage, takes it out with the Incendiary. Frag going out live, trying to see if it can connect as now 50 seconds on the clock. Sunset Ravens, they had a great start, a huge advantage, by the way. I think it was 2 players down on the Acer side, and things didn't work out. Jakub going in, trying to get a pick as Pixel Player taking a little bit of chip damage there. We're going to be seeing a plan, I think, pretty soon from Pixel Players. Jakub now left to their own devices on how to hold down this side, how to retake the plant at this point. Pixel Player takes down the 1, tries to go for the 2nd. No, doesn't work. Comes down to just Zeta. TACPAN trying to connect. No, it doesn't work. Zeta takes it down for the count. Acer EU can be happy about that one. 4 points in. And I mean, they're looking great right now. My goodness. They are running towards this potential win for Acer EU. Sunset Ravens not gonna be happy about that, right? The good thing about having a best of 5 is you have so many chances, or at least you have several chances to come back, right? Best of 3, you're done in 2 potentially, but you always have the 3rd, and you see a lot more of the maps, so hopefully it ends up being more competitive. Sunset Ravens, though, they have to win this. There is no other, you know, map to fall back on. This is last map, so we'll see what ends up happening for Sunset Ravens. And reminder, this is not the only game today. There's gonna be 1 more game after this one for EU. They'll be playing the 2nd one. That'll be the losers finals. That's also gonna be a best of 5. Whoever wins this one will go on to the grand finals tomorrow. Whoever loses will have to play in the losers final after this game, and whoever wins that game will then win play against grand finals tomorrow. Anyways, we come into round 6, final round on this first half. Sunset Ravens has to make some movement here. We saw them already win in that last one, so we know they have it in them. I want to see if they can do it one last time, or maybe a couple more times as they go into their 2nd half, as they do take down the drone there. Zeta and Savage trying to see if they can enter this spot. On the other side, we have Acer EU, we have Pixel Player, we have Fady trying to come in and enter through starboard side of things onto Ace side. As again, we see another high-low situation. I think someone came in last time, killed them, so they got to be careful as they get picked up. I feel like, I don't know how Acer is managing, but they have been able to take down several times where there's 2 players stacked up. And to me, that always blows my mind. Flying Fires coming out there from Sunset Ravens. Not able to really deny that Acer push. At least we'll see for the time being. Acer's got to make a push. They have the smoke. They got to utilize them when they can. Sander goes in for the swing. There's a hard commit there. A beautiful instant, really denying the Sander to return back. Oh, Savage picking up the 1. Goat Boy taking up the 1. TACPAN goes in for the swing. No, doesn't fully commit, pulls back. Jakub and Tacpan are going to be happy about their picks. It's now a 3-3 even. And we might be seeing Acer go in for the swap up. No, I thought they were going to go for the swap up there. As Jakub getting picked up on another one there. And Tacpan dealing that one as they can't quite finish that one. And that's going to be an unfortunate ending to Acer's first half. But they'll still be happy. 4-2. It's still commendable. They'll be happy about that one. Oh man, I am starving. I have not eaten food yet, so I'll need to get that in just a second as we come into this second half. I think I'll get a sandwich right before the next game. It is lunchtime for me right now. It is almost noon, so yeah. What's up? What's up, chat? How we feeling? How we feeling about the games today? It's just me now. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone else, so it'll be just me hanging out, you know, saying what's up. Let me adjust camera. Hello. Hello. They're adjusted. Yeah, no, it's been it's cold. It's cold today. Let me see what it's 34 degrees, which I know Fahrenheit. I know that doesn't sound bad, but you gotta remember, for Texas, that's bad. That just does not happen, and I can still feel the cold on my feet right now. I have but it's not that bad. I have pants on. My internet works, sort of. I know we had the stream cut out for a second there, so hopefully we don't have any problems during the NA portion of things. That's Mike taking out Goat Boy there. I know. I recall seeing Sunset Ravens having some interesting attacks and pushes. I think they're going to be going. Didn't know the E format was so much different. No, it's not just EU. So semifinals for NA will also be best of 5. Basically, everything is best of 5 for both regions at this point. It is double elimination, though, I will say. So that is going to be the big difference versus single elimination for NA. But both sides will be doing best of 5s. Zeta taking shots there. Takes down Tacpan. That's going to be a great start there. Tries to go for the wall. Bangs. Doesn't quite get the pick. But a good amount of chip damage there on the Sunset Ravens players. Fady can be playing against a very light corner. Takes down Mike. Tries to go for the Sander. Picks up the 1. Picks up the 2. Can he get the last one in a dev sender? And maybe they can, as it's just down to Jakub and dev sender in a push gone wrong. And again, I don't know what's going on. Acer somehow starts off with a disadvantage, but still able to make the best of things. As Jakub gets picked up by a frag, and Fady shutting down a dev center. Let's get that little replay with that beautiful 2-piece there from Fady. Leans in, picks up the one right over there. Beautiful pickup. Goes in for another one as they try to swing in. And Fady, of course, shuts that one down. Acer EU going to be running on the way to potentially a 7-2, maybe a 7-3. Unless Sunset Ravens locks in right here. Yeah, to wake up early. You know, I do my best for all the regions. You know, I try my best for all the regions, Chad. Like I'm trying my best for y'all. I want to make sure we get some streams in here when we can. So, yes, indeed. Yes, absolute cinema. As we come now in to round 8, Acer EU gonna be happy about their standings as they're 5-2, maybe leading in to a potential series win here for the semifinals, and they'll be happy about that. It basically guarantees their spot in the grand finals tomorrow. Otherwise, if they do lose this one, they have to fight out and maybe hope for the best. Mike, though, picking up a Zeta That's going to be a great start for the Sunset Ravens. Picks the player getting picked up by DeSander. Now down 2. And as much as I want to say that is going to guarantee them the win, I don't think so. We've seen Acer still win with a 1 or 2 player disadvantage. Goat Boy taking out TacPan. Now just 1 though with the refrag is Savage and Fady. Now the might of the Acer team is just down to the 2 players there. Savage goes for the 1, gets the 2 there. Now leaving just down to Fady in a 1v2, but Jakub's gonna be watching the corner there. No, they don't see them as Jakub finishing out that one. Here we are. Oh my god. Gravy just texted me. I'm gonna find that guy. If Gravy hears this clip, someone clip this. For Gravy, I will fight this guy. I literally just received his text right now. Potential mukbang stream, right? I need to eat, so we're gonna put us in an intermission. I might ask for a longer intermission after this game's over because I need to go eat. I'm starving and I don't want to not eat anything before the next game because the next game is looking to be just as long. Right? It might be another. We're looking 2-2-2, so 1.5, 1.5, so 3 hours, 4.5 hours minimum, maybe up to 6 hours. Man, that's the only thing I don't like about the best of 5. They're just really long, and I will say with Breacher's game time, it just ends up being so long. Mike picking up Fady there, and they were not ready for the long range shots as Goat Boy trying to deny any more intel from the drone, but they will be able to pick that one up. TacPan picking up their own there in Pixel Player, and I don't know what is going on the Sunset Ravens side, but they are locking in right now as they've just been getting Acer pick after Acer pick, which is exactly what they needed. Zeta can be taking a lot of damage there. Still 3v5, Sunset Ravens in a really good spot right now. Oh, wow. I don't know why it's like weird. Oh yeah, I'm definitely tired today, chat. I'm waiting to see what ends up happening. I mean, we have the 5v3 from Acer. They just gotta win 2 more. Chip damage coming out there. Goat Boy goes for the swing, gets picked up by Jakub. Now coming down to just Zeta as Savage gets picked up by Mike. And I mean, you're going in to round 10. You got just a syringe in hand. 5 players up from Sunset Ravens. Look at that. A flawless victory from a Sunset Ravens. Zeta now gonna go in for the save, and let's look back at this previous round. Sunset Ravens getting so many great early round picks there, and again, it feels like night and day compared to the Sunset Ravens we've been watching in the last several games. Right, map 1 was the closest we had seen. Map 2 they got shut down really on Skyscraper at times, 7-3, and here we are, Sunset Ravens already doing better than their previous map. And Acer's got to lock in here. They're looking like the. Oh, man, I don't know. I'm tired today, dude. You know, chat. You know. So. I'm not even mad. I get it. I get it. All right, Sunset Ravens now coming in 4-5. Acer EU looking tough. And that last game, right? We saw that last map, that last round. Dude, wow. I'm trying today. I definitely will take some coffee after this one. So don't hate me if I'm not fully energized right now, Acer. I am appreciating the gameplay I'm seeing in Sunset Ravens. I am appreciating the potential comeback, by the way, because they are doing a solid job the last couple of rounds. As Acer now having to figure out how to deal with the Sunset Ravens attack. Gonna be giving a little bit of intel there from the proxy. As again, Goat Boy is going to be that deep roamer on the floor above. We'll see if they can get some value from that player later on. I have biscuits and gravy and eggs and bacon this morning. Bro, that sounds so good. Oh, man. Oh, my God, that sounds so good. Zeta going to be able to pick up TACPan there with a beautiful C4. I mean, I love seeing a beautiful C4 go through that mic, trying to deny vision for the time being with a smoke in hand. Fady going to be potentially dealing with some of these players. As Acer EU taking so much damage. There's a lot of chip damage. Goat Boy not able to get a pickup there. Dev Center gets the ping. I don't think they committed though, as they accidentally flashed themselves. Oh, they're so close. It's so close. It's like making me itch. We're going to see Mike, though, pick up. The EMP gets killed themselves, though, as Dev Center takes out Fady. I think they try to go for the swing. Savage with a beautiful blind fire from the top. Now coming down to just Descender and Jakub. They got to somehow recover this. Remember, the EMP is down. They got to commit at this point and or get the kills as Pixel Player Savage are going to be playing in these corners. Pixel Player not getting picked up, but it's Savage able to pick up Descender there. Now Jakub, the whole game before they potentially go into match point for Acer right here. Savage and Pixel Player, they see Jakub. They know he's there. It's 19 seconds. Time is counting down. Jakub picks up Savage. But Goat Boy going to be on the back end. And remember, it looks like it's a thrifty. This is Acer EU spent less than half of what Sunset Ravens did in that last round. And that's going to be not too big of a loss. We can see the Sunset Raven players. They are going to be able to get some full buys there. And, of course, Acer themselves going to be on match point at this point going forward. And again, this is going to be potentially the series winning round, so it's going to be a big deal right now for Acer EU. If they win this one, they will go on to grand finals. We'll see them play in tomorrow. Sunset Ravens, they want to be able to lock in and at least force a map 5 because they got to get a win here. They've already lost 2. Here we are. This might be it, chat. Think about it. This might be the last round of this series. I'm sorry for making you yawn, by the way, crazily. I just saw that. Here we are. Potential match point, potential clutch moments for Sunset Ravens as they have to figure out how to deal with the thorn in the side that was Acer EU. They haven't lost a single map to Acer, and the closest they got was map 1 with that 7-6 win on overtime for Acer, which, by the way, I'm gonna be honest, was an insane one. I was unexpected to say the least. Deep C4 going in there, but not giving any damage against exactly what they needed. I'm waiting to see what happens in these final moments potentially for the Season 5 EU Semifinals. Time counting down a minute already off the clock as Sunset Ravens still having to set up for their initial push. Flash is coming out there. It's going to be a beautiful frag coming out. Mike getting their own, though, with Pixel Player leaving just one on that Acer defense. Mike's going to be the one with the EMP. I'm confused. Are they going in for A side? They got to be going in for A side. That's the only thing that makes sense here. Savage takes up the 1. Takes up the 2. Just 3 left now on Sunset Ravens. Jakub getting picked up by Savage. Savage on a tear. Savage on another one. Picks up the 2nd. Now leaving it down to just Mike in a clutch moment. This is it. There is no other moment for Sunset Ravens. This might be their last or second to last chance of staying in the EU playoffs. Coming down to just Mike getting picked up by Zeta. That's going to be it for Sunset Ravens. They are going to be moving in to the losers bracket. Acer EU going to be winning out that one in a 7-4 solid win there. Check out some of the replays on the side here. Sunset Ravens, I mean, valiant effort by them. We saw the 7-6, 7-3, 7-4. Acer is going to deny them, unfortunately, any more maps as they win out that one. It ships into the final resting zone for Sunset Ravens in this Acer game. But hey, like I said earlier, there's still one last game today for EU. We're going to the losers final because, again, this is a double elimination for the EU side of things. They'll be going in to the losers final as Sunset Ravens did lose this one. They'll be playing against Be Bad, another solid contending team. And for those two teams, because they've already lost once, that is it for them. If they lose that, they are out of the tournament. That is done. If they win it, they will then go on to the grand finals and play against, of course, Acer EU, who has now guaranteed themselves a spot in the grand finals. They're guaranteed to be a top 2 team at this point, and we'll be going into a brief intermission as Sunset Ravens get set up for their game against Be Bad pretty soon. We'll be back in just a bit. Good evening. Good evening. And we are back into the swing of things. As we can see, Sunset Ravens now, from that previous game, they lost. They unfortunately are moving forward into the loser finals right here as they play against a B-Bad. And both basically, again, these teams are both fighting for a chance to play again in the grand finals. So we'll see what map they end up choosing for map number 1, as we will be going right into the swing of things. Hopefully everyone is back from their little small break. The team did want to take a quick 10-minute break because I get it, for Sunset Ravens, they are playing 2 best-of-5s back to back, so it's a little tough. B-Bad's been just kind of chilling, watching, seeing what's going on stream. So we'll see what ends up happening between these two teams. Now, what do we expect to see? B-Bad, a team that's had a solid start playoffs. Obviously didn't quite work out, but they have been fighting their way all the way through the losers bracket at this point. I think they lost day 1 against against Acer EU. Was that day 1? I forgot, or day 2, and they have fought their way all the way through the losers bracket. And just confirming with the teams that they can get started here. And of course, the first map going to be the bread and butter, as they say, of Breachers. We'll be going right into map number 1. This is going to be starting out on Hideout of all maps. Here we go right into the swing of things. And reminder, this is a best of 5 series. So best of 5 series means they have to win, not 2, they have to win 3 games. So 1 more game than they normally have to. And the idea is because, again, you want to get the majority wins in your series. And that would put them at 3 out of 5 games to get that majority win. So we'll see which team is the one that is going to be able to get the 3 wins, right? We saw Sunset Ravens have a solid start against Acer in their previous game, 7-6. They lost though, so they were so close to making it work out, but not quite. And they lost the next 2 maps after that. So one of the downsides, or upsides, I guess, to having best of 5 is you have more maps to at least try to win and make it work out for yourself. So as we come into the first round of this series, Be Bad trying to make their mark against Sunset Ravens. Shots coming out from both sides. Nothing quite landing in the way that they needed to. As Depth Center taking down the one Petrol coming in. Beautiful instant. They're almost taking down Depth Center. Takes down the shot there as Petrol taking so much chip damage. And here we are. They're already starting out hot. Very, very tight attack right now. Looks like they're trying to go for the roamer clearing. Maybe play into the hatch there as they do break the breach wall finally. I thought they would have broken that already by now. And here we go. Jeb, Quinn, Petrol, and Pixel are going to see if they can try to breach in and attack them. It goes, I don't know if you noticed that Pixel on the very back in there. Going to play that deep roamer role. It's always one of those things, you know, Sunset Ravens, are they going to be in a better spot? They've technically been warmed up, but they've also been beaten down for 3 maps. 3 maps is a lot to play through and then have an immediate game right after that, even with, they had a little short 10-minute intermission. But Be Bad really taking her time this time around. Disander already engaging, taking the one down, but gets refragged there by Jed. As Mike with their own pick on Pixel. Now leaving just Jed and Petrol. Petrol getting picked up. Just leaving Jed now in the 1v1 here with Jakub. Where's the rest of the Sunset Ravens team? Jakub getting picked up there now. Just leaving Jed with 1 health in hand though. 2 players on pistol. I don't know. There's not really much you can do to come back from that. It's going to come down to whoever sees, I think, Jed first. As Jed picks up there, they're able to somehow get a kill. A team ace coming out there from Sunset Ravens. Why not? Let's get a little replay for that because we can. Just the second pick there worked out, but obviously a lot of health in hand there for your attack pan. Not going to work out for the Be Bad players, but going to work out for the Sunset Raven players. And you know, there's 2 ways here, right, to look at this. You're going to see Be Bad. They're going to prove themselves and go on to Grand Finals. They've been in the losers bracket the whole way through. They've proven themselves, you know, each step of the way. Sunset Ravens, though, feels like they have a grudge now, right? They're winning through the winners bracket, get knocked down now by Acer. And this is basically them saying, hey, can we prove ourselves, get back in to the Grand Finals and play against Acer. So two very different histories, almost polar opposites, you would say, for Sunset Ravens and Be Bad, right? Be Bad being the team that struggled all the way through. It wasn't like Be Bad came in at a later round of the losers bracket. They've been struggling all the way through, but they have, I can't even say struggle, they've been winning all the way through the losers bracket. So interesting to see if they can keep that momentum going in, or if Sunset Ravens is going to be the team to end them finally here. The Sander trying to hold down Garage. Brad going out there, not quite getting any chip damage like they needed. A very slow start, I think, by Be Bad. Not even taking control of Garage yet. The Sander kind of denying them for the time of being. And Dev Center C4 coming out there, not landing. The Sander's so close to picking somebody up. A beautiful insend as a C4 coming out there. Dev Center taking out one. But where are they coming from? Quinn picking up their own there. It's always, I always feel so bad when I'm watching someone and they try to take out a static and it doesn't work. I feel bad for them because it just looks bad. Anyways, Mike here and Jakub. Sunset Ravens now down to 2 in his 2v3. Be Bad having the advantage. As long as they come in to side, they can hold it down. Maybe make something happen. Mike 10, Jakub is waiting for this breach, waiting for Be Bad to make some kind of movement. Part of me is wondering if they're going to go for a switch up. And this is a perfect distraction play. They got the one. Beware just has to play careful. Doesn't want to get caught out. Oh no, Mike's commits and notices, hey, no one is here. They have actually committed to B side. They're going for the rotate. A beautiful rotate indeed. As Jed trying to take the shots there. I don't know. I'm almost saying commit. No, Jakub knocking down Quinn. Oh, this was a beautiful switch up. Didn't work out in the way that they wanted. And a beautiful blind fire getting shut down by Jakub and Mike there. This can be unfortunate for the Be Bad players. A good idea. The execution just not quite working the way they needed to. I think it came hard to say. I mean, Beware's there. If they played it just a little bit differently, maybe able to really elongate the amount of time it took. They could have had the EMP planted. They could have, been able to set up a little bit better for Be Bad there, unfortunately. But Sunset Ravens off to solid start. 2 points already in the pocket. I mean, that's how you want to be. That's how you want to be. Defense on top of that for hideout. There we go. Let me know in the chat. Who do you want to win? Who do you want to win? Do you want to see Sunset Ravens win? Do you want to see Be Bad win? Be Bad. This is basically them proving, hey, we're not losers, right? They've been in the losers bracket since the first couple rounds, and they fought all the way through. Again, Sunset Ravens having the exact opposite history. They've been the team that fought all the way through and lost to Acer EU in that last one. Funny enough, both of these teams have lost to Acer. Be Bad is in the loser brackets because of Acer. Sunset Ravens is also in the same losers bracket because of Acer. So both of these teams in here for the same exact reason and because of the same exact team. So interesting little fun fact there. As we'll be coming into round 3. TACPAN playing very aggressive. Sunset Ravens going for the blind fires. We're going to be seeing a shotgun come out here Attack Pan's hand. A very interesting choice. We'll see if it works out. They are playing against Omen, so it could work out in their favor. Oh no, and Beware is getting knocked out by the run out. And I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect to see that. You have Attack Pan and Jed here. Oh, Attack Pan takes the one, takes the two. That's a first shot. Good kill there by Sunset Ravens. Already down 2 players. They'll be happy. We see them literally celebrating mid-game. They'll be happy about that one. As on the other side, B-Bad not going to be in the same high spirits. If anything, the exact opposite of that. They have no skin. Interesting. I thought they would have had something. But here we go. 3 players up on the B-Bad side, and it's not looking good. Pixel, though, taking out Attack Pan. That you have to play aggressive. I think we have that Knut in the hand there. At least a little bit more even in terms of player disadvantage, but not quite the way they needed to. Jed somehow dodging that. Wow, they did not get hit by the C4. The 7, no, Pixel takes up the 2. Dev Center taking down their own. It's still an even trade. Quinn's got to commit to this. Takes the 1. Comes down to Mike. What happened there? Mike now having to beat them down. Quinn getting taken down, leaving just Pixel. Now in a 1v1. Both of them hiding in the smokes. Oh no, they didn't. Mike did not see that. Pixel gonna be securing bad their first round win. Let's get that little replay real quick. And there you go. Just a little ring around themselves there. They weren't sure where the player was, but B-Bad able to play that one to good effect. And that's the way to utilize those smokes there. Oh, my neck is killing me. Noon, 11. Here we go, B-Bad again attacking the same floor which they had a struggle on the first time around. No, what is going on? Pixel picking up somebody already. How did they pick up the standard? That must have been an insane angle with a beautiful 2K. Oh my goodness, Depth Center. I mean, that is a run out of all runouts. As I thought it was a rough start for Sunset Ravens, but an even rougher start for B-Bad. 2 players in the exact same spot. Unfortunately, another utility kill. Depth Center is on fire right now as they have taken down more than half of the B-Bad players. And Attack Pan with their own. Wow. I mean, oh, I'm happy I got those replays because, oh my god. And Beware is going to be in probably one of the most unfortunate scenarios. Haven't taken on the full might of them. Able to take down Beware. I mean, check that out, though. Taking down a Mike. And, of course, Sunset Ravens just taking this in the stride. Let me get that little replay. A beautiful, beautiful. I think someone was on the top there. But we can see the frag barely. Oh no, it was from Garage. How beautiful 2K there. I mean, talk about exactly what you need to do. Here we are though with Sunset Ravens. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. They're just off to a great start right now. They'll be happy about their performance. And you look at that Dev Sender. I mean, I got to give a special shout out to Dev Sender. Talk about delivering exactly what you needed. Beautiful picks there. I think it was 3 picks from utility. Just utility alone. And I love when I see, I almost want to call them a utility specialist at that point, right? I wish I can give someone that title for someone who's gotten so many utility picks. Because people always say it's easy to just dump them in, but there are people that just almost basically guarantee a kill every round from a utility. And apparently Dev Center is one of those players getting 3. Love seeing the little interactions there. Pixel and Mike about to come head to head there. Pixel playing good. Mike though on Deathbox able to knock down the 1 and be bad. And Sunset Ravens at least even in terms of players, in terms of player count. I remember I was talking with some folks. They say this should be one of the more advantaged side. The flash going in there, beautiful, taking out 2 players, but unfortunately not able to quite commit there. Frag going in, not able to get a pick though, surprisingly, as Dev Center just holding in their time. Sends in a C4, doesn't connect though. It just doesn't work out quite in their favor. Petrol with a beautiful shot, pick there on TACPAN. Another C4 going in. And the BBAT players, this is really the time to capitalize. We'll see if there's any more utility coming out. Yes, that is exactly what you do. You drag out, you draw out the utility Jed, avoiding the pick there. And unfortunately, Sunset Ravens not gonna be able to rely on the use of utility anymore. They gotta go in, they gotta commit. As a beautiful incense goes there, denies the pick. Quinn taking down a Dev Center, but it's 30 seconds on the clock. They gotta wait at least another 5 for that incense. Now coming down to Mike and Jakub. I think I'd play a little less aggressive. We know the EMP is down, but if this works out in their favor, then I am an idiot. No, they got blinded there. Now coming down to Jakub and a 1v3. It doesn't work. Thrifty for the BBAT players. Sorry, chat. I'm like looking around at stuff right now. What the heck? There's some weird stuff going on. As we come in to round 6, final round in this first half here, Sunset Ravens 3-2. Be bad with their own comeback, by the way. I remember they were struggling for the last bit there. Pixel able to pick up the first one there. So close on this C4. Last not gonna be able to connect there with anybody. This is it. Sunset Ravens gotta hold this one down. go. Shots coming out. Minute on the clock. Be bad. Have to start speeding up just a little bit. Pixel getting another player there. And I mean, Pixel is an MVP to say the least in this round, taking down several of the Sons of Ravens players. Quinn picking up their own. Jed with their own. Desander now in a 1v4. And that is going to be it for them. Sons of Ravens now even and tied with Be Bad. Here we go. Be Bad now on their own defensive half. We'll see if they can hold this one down. I mean, Sunset Ravens going to be happy about some of the performance, but I think Be Bad might be in a little bit better of a situation here. Here we go. Pixel picking up their first one there. Oh my goodness, and Quinn with the second follow-up there. Be Bad is definitely cooking up on Hideout. I mean, just beautiful all-around plays. Dude, okay, there we go. Oh my goodness, I could not find the layer. Oh my goodness, Dev Center down to 26 health. I'm not sure if there's a way for Sunset Ravens to really come back from this, and they have to guarantee a couple more picks there. And again, there we go, chip damage, but not quite sticking it. And there we go, they draw. It's almost like the reverse draw. They're smart about their engagement. Oh, and Quinn with a beautiful frag there. So many beautiful picks. Pixel with their own. Now leaving just to Jakub. And in 1v5, the most unfortunate of situations. The full might of the Sunset Ravens players. And, I mean, that is just a solid win there. Let's show them out. Be Bad players there. Jakub having to figure out how to play against 5 different players, and yeah, you're not gonna win that one. Sorry, chat. There's just no way to win that one. Sunset Ravens, I mean, I don't know, they're cooking. I'm not sure they're beat down because that first game, you know, the best of 5 series. Honestly, I have mixed feeling. I know it's I'm gonna be honest. I think it's definitely required for grand finals. Like grand finals has to be longer. Semifinals, I don't know. It's kind of, these are long games. So let me know in the chat. Do you prefer for semifinals? Do you think we should do best of 5? I'm curious because I think we normally do best of 3 up until grand finals. Grand finals generally is almost always the best of 5 series, so we'll see. I think they're trying out the best of 5 for semifinals. It's just long. I think it's kind of the issue. It draws out these games so much longer, and that is why we have these longer games, because you have to get 3 map wins. That's a good amount to have to fight, and if one team gets 1 map win, you're guaranteed a map 4. There we go. Pixel and Petrol picking up another, and jump pass does not go right. And man, that's why, again, I'm a hater of a jump hatch. You gotta play it almost perfectly, otherwise you will get denied players. EMP is down. 2 No, 3 players are down. I don't even know what they can do at this point. One of the most unfortunate entrances for Sons of Raven getting shut down almost immediately by Be Bad. And this is probably one of the longer saves we're going to be seeing in a while. I mean, about a minute and a half, a full minute and a half of just saving. And this is one of those moments where I do wish you could almost like pre-forfeit or post-forfeit round. Someone, Rexial, is this AI? Unfortunately, or I guess no, it's fortunately it is not. This is real. All these players are doing these things, and you know, I thought they would go for the save, but TACPAN might say they might just say whatever. I'm gonna go for it. Are they commsing with their teammate? What happened there? How did Jed not commit to that? What? Oh my goodness. I thought they would have committed to that. Oh no. Jakku getting picked up. Oh, and Pixel off to an unexpected location there. That's going to be unfortunate as a Be Bad again getting another round win in the pocket. It feels like they have just locked down defense on hideout for some, I don't know what is going on, but Sons of Ravens is struggling to beat them out. You know, I guess we could say it here. Hideout is a defensive side of map, chat. I don't know what else we could say. I don't know what else we could say. It's a defensive side of map. Look at this. Both teams are getting most of their points on their defensive half, so. But I'm going to worry because Sons of Ravens, you know what? I think we're going to see a map 4 or 5 today. I feel it. I think, you know, early guesses. Be Bad might get this game 1. Sons of Ravens might get a map 2 or 3. And then I can see us going to like a map 4 or 5. And then it's kind of, I think it's in the air. I honestly think this gives me like 50-50 vibes, honestly, for these two teams. I don't think there's going to be a definitive win. I don't think it's going to be like the Acer one where they got 3 maps in a row. I would be shocked if that happened. If they did, then Be Bad is locked in, or Sons of Ravens is locked in. I'm always mixed on utilizing this angle. I feel like you're better off. You're kind of like a standing meat bag to get shot at. You know what I mean? I guess honestly, with the cloak on, is kind of insane. It's very invisible. Anyways, I'm too focused on them. Quinn, Petrol holding down Garage, really denying Sons of Ravens at least this early start. I'm so curious to see if TACPAN gets a pick off of that little lean. And you know, looking at this setup, I would almost say Sons of Ravens is poised to get a push onto Ace. I see 4 coming out. They're not quite connecting in the way they need to. I think we're going to be seeing an A push chat as Jed is the solo player on site. Takes down Dev Center, getting flashed. Somehow surviving and holding that one down. Mike picking up their own. As Jed picking up another one. Pixel with their own. And this swap up is not working as Sunset Ravens has come crashing it down. As TACPAN now having to take on the might of Be Bad. And here we are, 6-3. I don't know. I think I'm seeing a 7-3. Talk about heartbreaking to say the least for Sunset Ravens. They now have to lock in for the next, what is it, four rounds. If they can even get that. Be Bad is going to be very happy about their current placement and happy about how much further they can take this one, because I don't think they're going to mess these ones up. They just need to get one more. If they're on match point, they're going to be happy about that one. Yeah, how are we doing? How are we doing today? Chad, are you enjoying the show? Are you enjoying watching Be Bad, Not Be So Bad as they take on Sunset Ravens? 6-3. I mean, they'll be happy about that one. They'll be happy about that one. Some aggressive defenses here. We see two players on the top there. Pixel picking up their own. As Jakub and Mike now trying to see if they can enter through garage. Beautiful frag going out there. Not going a little too far, unfortunately. Oh, oh my goodness. You know, if they self-killed with that, I would have thought insanity, to say the least. As Beware's Pixel needing to figure out how to deal with the window player Beware's and Death Center coming next to each other. Beautiful. What is that? Hip fire going on. Action as Pixel going in for the swing. Takes out Mike. Takes out Jakub. That's exactly what they needed. Now coming down to just Dev Center. This is match point. Dev Center has to clutch this up. Has to take on the might of three players. Cadillo in hand. This is exactly what they wanted, but it doesn't work out in their favor. Unfortunately, that's going to knock them down for the count. That's going to give Be Bad game win, or at least series. Sorry, map win. Map 1 win going to the way of Be Bad. They'll be happy about this. And I mean, again, all around solid performance coming out there from Be Bad. Let's check out some of the lines. Pixel Barney is honestly one of those standout players. I've been seeing them do a good job. Oh, whoa. Sorry, Chad. It looks like my frames are dropping a lot for my internet. Let me know if you can see this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the frames are dropping a lot right now. Oh no, is this it? Is this my internet crashing? Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh no. Anyways, here we go into map 2, 7-3 right now for Be Bad. They'll be happy about their previous round performance. They'll be happy about Pixel getting so many picks. I mean, there were so many times where I was like, wow, what is Pixel doing here? Gets the pick, able to get the 2-3K in the end there. And then obviously at the end, the very, very end there, holding down Garage and really denying Sunset Ravens. And I mean, gosh, I mean, it was difficult to watch Sunset Ravens. They were getting shut down time after time. All right, looks like they are going to be taking a 10-minute timeout. Hopefully, the internet gets better when we get back. We'll be back in just a bit as they take a 10-minute timeout. are again, Chad. I do believe they had their little short break, so they should be going into the next set of matches pretty soon. Let me know if you can see me in the chat. I know, unfortunately, the internet has been fluctuating a lot right now, so things are looking great, but it's fine. We'll be trying our best to move on and persevere and hope for the best, and maybe we get some of the action on screen. I think I'm just gonna continue casting, and whatever gets through gets through. Whatever doesn't is unfortunate for the live streamers. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm getting a lot of drop frames a day. I don't know why. We're getting like huge fluctuations in the internet. Huge fluctuations, because I'll be fine, and then it's just like plummets on the amount of frames getting through. So we'll see what ends up happening. But as we go into map 2, I don't know if you noticed that we'll be going right into the swing of things. Ship will be map choice for the second one. Be Bad gonna be happy about their current standing against them. But here we are, Be Bad up with their own advantage right now, 7-3 against Sunset Ravens. They'll be happy. But again, this is a best of 5 series. They have to win 3 total maps to win out the series, and then move on and play in the grand finals tomorrow. Oh man. I hope the internet does not drop. I'm so sorry. I hate, you know, when we get this cold snap, because Texas is just not built for this infrastructure. So unfortunately, we will need to deal with it and hope for the best, right? Hope for the best, because nothing else I can do but that Dev Center can be sending it in. Oh, frag coming out there from Quinn, not landing where they needed to, as they try to get these blind fires off, and plays it so well to Sander, getting a beautiful 2-pick there. But that is not to say Pixel and Blair's don't shut it down themselves. I mean, only Jakub and Sander with 1 health in hand. I mean, oh man, it is going to be a tough day and a tough situation for these players. But where is it, Jed? Could be the thorn in the side. You know, I don't think you can really go in for the save at this point. You just have the one gadget you have, your pistol you have. Really, that's about it. I'm wondering if maybe they're trying to see if they can mix it up and go to the other side. Look like they're about to go for a swap, but really commit. Belarza will be the one behind. The Sander with the 2K there somehow on 1 health. How did that happen? I don't know how Sunset Ravens, I don't know what gods they have prayed to, but somehow the one player with 1 health beats out 2 players, and that's exactly, I guess, that's how you play it. That's how you win those. But Jed, having to figure out how to retake this, decides not to, and is going to peel off side for the time being. But there we go, Sunset Ravens gonna be starting off with a bang with 1 point in the hand. Again, I am very, very shocked at that situation. I did not expect the Sander to come in from the side Maybe they didn't either. Obviously, we know that they were on 1 health, and I say an impossible feat. It is almost a David and Goliath moment, but here we are. Sunset Ravens gonna be happy about that one being their first round, the win. Of course, they're at the disadvantage at this point, right? B-Bats got to 7-3 on map 1. Now Sunset Ravens needs to get 3 map wins themselves, so it's a challenging day to say the least. Challenging day, to say the least. Let's check out some of the shots here. Desander, there we are, 4-0. You see that there on a score of 4-0 for Desander, and that goes to show it's only, remember, this is round 1. We are not several rounds in. We're not nothing. It is round 1 off the rip, almost an ace. Not quite, but almost an ace already. As the Sunset Ravens team gets ready to go in. Beautiful idea, just not perfect execution. Almost getting it in there. Petrol trying to see if they can finish up with another utility. As the instant will deny them for the time being. The beautiful frag going in there. Not quite taking him out though. Quinn taking so much chip damage there. And Mike going in for a beautiful commit tap back and not shoot this out. As Pixel's going to be the thorn in the side there. Holding it down. Pixel picking up Dev Center on the back. Their Petrol getting picked up by Mike. As they both commit, Tackpan will be the refrag. Now coming down to just Jed in this 1v3. And Mike and Jakub are waiting to see if they can pick up a couple of these kills. Jakub getting picked up. Jed watching their angles, but nope. Mike's going to be able to shut that one down. There we go. I think they imagined someone to pick it up there, but of course, Mike's going to be able to get that refrag for their teammate. And here we are, Sunset Ravens, 2-0. Sunset Ravens, 2-0. Oh, I need to get stressed, you know what I mean? Like, woo, woo. I don't look at, see this, and this is what I'm saying, right? I don't think B-Bad's gonna be able to get 3 maps in. I don't think they can do it. Not 3 maps in, but like 3 maps in a row, right? I don't think it's gonna be an early shutout. I think someone is gonna, well, I guess Sunset Ravens now is gonna be the team that would have to do it. They're gonna get a map win at some point. It's gonna force this into most likely a map 4 or 5. So we're going the distance here. And here's the thing, when you do map 4s, map 5s, that's when you start getting into like those more I guess you can say edge case maps. Like you're gonna play more maps than not. So you gotta be good at all of them. That's why you're gonna see something like Skyscraper, right, on the previous matchup. Skyscraper came up, and I mean Acer still dominated at that one, but Skyscraper was kind of that random option, which we just never see. Petrol trying to be the thorn in the side, throws in an instant, really denies them. Does a lot of damage too on those players. I think someone had to use the line to get a Pixel is going to be back there watching these angles. Mike and Tackpan going in for the commit. Got to be careful, but where's going to be watching potentially those long options. Petrol getting picked up. Tackpan playing aggressive in. Quinn though picking up that one there. Again, they got to be careful. Pixel's going to be waiting, playing that roaming role. Mike though going finally for the commit. Oh no, they got the roamer. Jakub shuts that one down. It comes down. Nope. Quinn getting picked up too. Now just bewares. And Jed going to be a tough situation for them to recover from. And somehow they have to take them out. Mike taking them down. Now just Dev Center taking out Bewares. And they were absolutely shut down in that round. Not fully. Attack Panda did die, but they had 4 players up on the Sunset Ravens side. I mean, it doesn't get any stronger of a win than that. Besides 5 out of 5, right? Here we are, chat. Here we are, 3-0. I mean, if they can lock this one down, we're gonna guarantee at least a map 4. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? Map 4. There we go. But I mean, talk about this performance from Sunset Ravens. They're really shutting them down. It's starting to feel like a map difference, you know, at this point. It feels like they really know how to utilize ship compared to Be Bad. They're just struggling to really get a good foothold. We've seen at least the last round, right, where they have a good amount of players still alive on a Sunset Ravens side. That to me shows that they really know what they're doing and they're able to hold it down and survive. So we'll see in just a bit what ends up happening between these two teams. Mike coming out for the commit. Pixel gonna be that deep roamer, and they gotta be careful for Petrol watching out in the front there. As Sunset Ravens comes in, crashing down. Petrol gonna be running there. No, doesn't get hit by the frag. I think got caught up there. Mike's gonna be able to pick up Pixel. And I mean, talk about shutdown. They've just been shutting down every single one of these Be Bad players. The roams have just been unsuccessful. Petrol, though, finally getting another pick for Be Bad there. And the flash coming out there. Beware's taking the one. No, Dev Center, and a beautiful finish there by Jacob. And talk about a shutdown. As again, there we go with Sunset Ravens 4-0. They are just running towards this victory. See the shutdown on the site. The last pickup there on Petrol. I mean, everyone getting picked up by Sunset Ravens. They got to do something to really slow this one down. It feels like Sunset Ravens is just running towards a... I'm going to be honest. I could see a 6-0 happening. I could see a 6-0 happening on this first half. Be Bad, I just have not seen any resistance from them, right? They're just almost... It feels like Sunset Ravens just running through them, getting all these great attacks. Wha, 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 wha. It's lonely here, chat. It's lonely. No one knows. No one knows. Oh, okay. Dude, I don't know why I'm this tired. I should not be. Oh, my back is killing me, though. I feel old. I really do. Touch grass for the double. And here we are, round 5. We've already seen Sunset Ravens play this one. We've seen them win. I mean, in fact, we've seen them win every single site that they played thus far. I want to see if they can get shut down. Can Be Bad finally figure out where to shut them down, how to shut them down. Sander trying to come in there. A beautiful frag straight to the face. Pixel getting picked up by the Sander. They were not expecting that one. Flashes galore, to say the least. Someone back here. I thought someone was back there. Oh no, the beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Let's get that replay real quick. Hold up, Chad. Look at this. Sorry, I like pulled out because I thought someone was back there. And then as we come in, we see a beautiful, I think it's the Dev Center. Again, the shutting down those players. Just unfortunate timing on how they ran back there. unfortunately didn't work out for them in the end. Pixel is going to be doing a good job as we check out Mike, D10, Jakub, all the players on Sunset Ravens. We might see a map 2 shutout immediately here, chat. I mean, Sunset Ravens, I don't know what they did. They had basically just locked in, and I have not seen Be Bad put up a good defense right now against Sunset Ravens. They have just been running through them, getting so many picks, pick after pick after pick, and it's just been, it feels like night and day. Night and day. Ship, easy sweep. Ship is SR's map. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It looks like it is. I mean, this is as much of a map of your map as you can make it. Because I mean, if you get a 6-0 shutout, wow. Quinn taking a little bit of chip damage straight to the face. As we're waiting for C4s, we're waiting for these entrances to come in there. Someone said Be Bad win. I don't think they're gonna win this one. Maybe the next couple one, because they're gonna shut down. Petrol coming in from the side, getting picked up by TACPan. They did not see them, I think, on the workbench. As Dev Center takes Trip Mines to the body, but where's gonna be picked up by the Sander. I don't know. If I were Be Bad, I would be nervous. This is gonna put them potentially in to match point. What's up, Achilles? Do you love the cast? I'm gonna be honest, I am so tired today. Jed taking so much damage there. Quinn picking up 1, picking up 2. Wait, can they pick up the last one? There's no way. Jakub picking up that one. Gonna leave it in the 1v2 right now. Pixel and Jed have to hold this one down. A minute on the clock. They have the time. They are able to do this. They can maybe at least give themselves a 5-1. They're playing the smart next to each other. I think Pixel is going to be the only one that has the one shot, head shot advantage. It all now rests on Jakub's shoulder. Can they get a pick? They got the one. No, they turn it the... Oh, unfortunate timing there. Be Bad finally getting themselves at least the win there. They'll be happy about that. I mean, you see Quinn literally just wreak havoc on the Sunset Ravens there, but getting shut down by Jakub. I fully expected to get that wipe in the end. So we'll see if they end up doing that one or not. But it's been challenging right now for Be Bad. They've just been getting really run over by the Sunset Ravens players. I haven't seen them fail except for that last one there. And even then, Quinn had to come in and get, what, I think a 2, 3, 4K to really shut it down. So we know who they had to shut it down for. But here we are. Here we are. Maybe Be Bad at trying their best to enact the 5-1 curse on to Sunset Ravens. They have to keep winning these. They have to shut down Sunset Ravens the same way they were shut down. Beautiful flash coming out there, shutting down Mike. Sander with their own refrag, though, is going to shut them down. TACPan played a little aggressive. Their Petrol going to be pushing in. Maybe seeing they can pick up another one there. Sander getting another pick, as they are now at least even in terms of player count. 3-3 right now. We got 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Be Bad up to a solid start. Jakub is going to potentially be taking a breach to the face. Great blind fires coming out there. Two getting shut down, and of course Dev Center being shut down there. Be bad, not looking so bad as they did in the first half. There we go. I was getting worried. I was getting worried it was gonna be a shutout 7-0. It was priming up to be that, by the way. It definitely looked like it. I mean, Quinn there, 10-6. Talking about top fragging for your team and really pulling your team out of a potential loss, right? Because it's Sunset Ravens had gone honestly to 6-0. I think there was just no way. There's no way Be Bad recovers this. But 5-1, that's what I always say. 5-1, it always gives you just that good possibility. Because you can make a single mistake. You can't make many, but you can make a single mistake to put them on a match point. Versus 6-0, we know single mistake, it's game. It's game. You're going on to map 3 at that point. So, and again, I'm feeling like we're gonna get a map 4 or 5 here. Sunset Ravens. I'm pretty sure they chose this map, and obviously it's worked to great effect. Oh no. Attack pan being picked up there. It's just unfortunate as they played a little deep on their own. Oh, and a beautiful 2K there. They weren't expecting. Oh my goodness, Dev Center shutting down that one. Quindo coming in, taking out Dev Center. That's going to be a big pick. And I mean, this round is truly anyone's game. Oh my goodness. I mean, that was beautiful to see the 2K from a C4. And again, that's why I think C4s are so strong. When I see people, I remember when they first came out, people were like, oh, C4 is not even like worth it. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're talking about something that can change the shape of a map for the defenders ahead of time. Something that can, you know, if delivered correctly, can kill not one, but even 2 players. The Sanders shutting that one down. Mike with their own. Now comes down to just Quinn on on the box here. Mike commits, gets the pick there, and that's gonna be Sunset Raven. Happy about that one. Let's get the replay though. I gotta show this one. This is Dev Center. By the way, getting flashed to sides. I'm gonna commit this, and they pre-C4'd and talk about the beauty that is for landing that one. I would be ecstatic. Especially, you got a little replay there, Dev Center. Good job. As we are on match point now for Sunset Ravens. B-Bab was able to afford 1 mistake, but you can't get any more mistakes after this. Otherwise, Sunset Ravens going to guarantee themselves a map 4. And or, who knows, maybe we go to a map 5 tiebreaker. Man, these best of 5 series are long. I don't know. If mods are watching this, I don't know if for semifinals we really need best of 5. This losers bracket is only best of 3. I think I've been told it's best of 5 all the way through at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Let me know. I could be wrong. Some of my information has been incorrect before, I will say. But I think I've talked to the mods. I think this is considered a semifinal match because, you know, it's the losers final. So it should also be best of 5. I think, you know, we're going to do best of 5 for double elim. To me, it makes sense that loser final and grand finals are best of 5, and that's it. Everything else is best of 3. Personally, if I were to be the guy, Pixel, though, taking out TacPan. Oh, my. What are they even? Oh, it was a long angle there as they shut that one down. Frag coming out there. Be bad again. Out to a solid start there. Beautiful. How did that land there? Oh, a double. from Dev Center. Oh my goodness, I just spit on my screen as Sunset Ravens has just swung the match in their favor to Sander picking up Bewares. We are going to be seeing, I believe, a map 3 after this one. Jakub, though, unfortunate. Jakub somehow getting Jed, leaving just Quinn on the back now in engines, having to maybe try to shut down the might of Sunset Ravens. As Quinn is going to try to figure out how to deal with the hardest team right now in their face. You got to be careful. Jakub is on the back. I'm almost worried they're going to pick up this kill. And they're right there. No, they got the one, but they can't follow it up. And that's going to be giving it the way of Sunset Ravens. Let me get this beautiful C4. I mean, somehow getting on the corner here, by the way. I've never seen that. Able to get them. The backup there on the back. I mean, wow. That is beautiful. Of course, Sunset Ravens going to be winning out. That one 7-2. They'll be happy about that one. They've guaranteed themselves at least another map, another chance. Both teams are at least back to equal. So I don't want to say map 1 and 2 are kind of basically useless now, but they've evened each other out. They have crossed each other out. So we'll be going in to now map 3s and maybe even a 4. Maybe even a 4. Let's see in just a bit. But the only way, again, the only way you win a best of 5, it's got to be 3 maps. So Sunset Ravens needs 2 more. Be Bad needs 2 more themselves. So we'll see which team ends up having the momentum to keep going forward. Which one is able to keep fighting and maybe win this out. Let's get some of the replays from that one. Never mind, I forgot. It's showing right here on the side of my screen. Check it out, chat. Check out the beautiful game that we have just seen. And I mean, so many great C4 picks there. So many multi-kills coming out from these players. This is, you know, the top of what the EU has to offer at this point. This is loser finals. This is who's going to be facing off against Acer tomorrow. So whoever wins this will play against Acer in a best of 5 series tomorrow, as we are going to be going into map 3. An interesting choice. And I always love seeing it when it does come up. It's going to be Mall. It's going to be map 3 actually. So it'll be an interesting choice to see. But there we go. I think they're running in straight in to the next map. We'll see, as they're going to be swapping around players, swapping around the sides for this one. But what do we see today? Be Bad, Sunset Ravens. I mean, neck and neck, right? 7-3, 7-2. And I'm just looking at the chat right now. Someone said C4 crutch isn't a thing. I don't want to call it a crutch. I mean, if someone is just that good at using utility, they are, right? It's no different than someone always having to use, I think, cloaks. Someone that has to use flashes. That's just how they basically guarantee themselves stuff, right? Someone said Dev Center doesn't use guns. I will say they did get a couple times. They got a multi-kill in one of the replays. I'm pretty sure. I saw Dev Center get a 2K pick there. So they're gonna be going right in to the thick of it as we go right in to Mall. Gonna be Mall is gonna be the game of choice, and I'm curious to see what ends up happening. I do think to a degree Mall, and my internet is dropped. I'm sorry. Oh man, yeah, I need someone. Ugh. It sucks. It'll be great for a whole map and just plummet. So I'm sorry if you're seeing the choppiness. It's the internet. The internet is dropping once more. It's fluctuating so much. It's just weird. I don't know what's even I might need to reset my Wi-Fi. I don't know, dude. I'm sorry, chat. This winter storm is not making it great for me. It's nice because I'm chilling. I am chilling. Like it's just literally the infrastructure of the state, but it's okay as we come into map 3 of this best of 5 series again. Best of 5. Sunset Ravens going in for a pretty wide attack, kind of a 3-1-1 push almost. And this is something I was going to notice. I wonder if this is a defender side of map. There are times where I feel like people can't even enter the map because the defense just really shuts it down. Be bad, getting picked up. Petrol getting another one there on tack pan. And this is not going to be looking good. 45 seconds on the clock. Sunset Ravens already down to 2 different players. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes it feels like a mall they just cannot enter. I think maybe it might just be utilization of flashes and stuff to enter. But where nice lean angle there doesn't quite finish it up as the Sander having to fight it out. EMP is going to be down now. Mike on 1 minute on, you know, having to fight 4 different players, and that is going to be unfortunate. A good attempt though with the smoke to deny the incense, but unfortunately, the pistol to the face is going to be what does it in. Ooh. There we go. Round 1. There we are, round 1. Going the way be bad. Somehow they're shutting them down. Let me know in the chat. Do you think Maul is defender or offense sided? Defense or offensive sided? Defensive or offensive sided? Am I saying that the right way? But yeah, I think it's more on the defense. I've seen, you know, some of those holes, these shutdowns that the defending team just does, and it's kind of insane. It's like there are times where some people just literally cannot enter the site. Oh, oh my goodness. Yeah, shout out though to Chris WCK there, $5 super chat. Martini's internet needs lock-in. Honestly, it does. It's not even my internet. It's just, you know, Texas. I don't know what is going on today. Petrol though gonna be able to take down tack pan. Oh, and Pixel taking it out with a beautiful frag there, and now only 2 players left. Jakub and Adam again. This is what I'm saying. They can't even enter the map at times when the defense is so good. Looks like they are going to still be playing it through, though. They got the omens in hand. They're going to commit. As they are trying to open it up. Quinn taking a lot of damage there. And, I mean, I just noticed, if you look at the side of Be Bad, if they do a good job here, they might get a flawless victory here. And it's just, again, struggling on the Sunset Ravens side to be able to push in. Struggling to maybe come in there and win themselves. Adam going to be able to pick that one up. Quinn getting knocked down. They at least got the one, but it's 30 seconds. There's not much else you can do but secure a little bit more in terms of gadgets. Adam fully committing. No, Petrol is going to be picking that one up. Now leaving just Jakub in the 1v4. And I don't think there's much you can do right now against the team that is Sunset Ravens. Decides to peel off. It's going to run out and just hold for the time being. I think we might see them run out, though, and try to get a pick. Yup, and that's the way to get shut down right now by Be Bad. And I think that just goes to show how definitively they won that one. Let's get a little quick replay. There you go. That is not fun. There we go. There we go. There we go. Be Bad. I won't say it's on. I would say it's a slow fire. They're cooking. They're cooking right now. Sunset Ravens not really quite able to break the defense that is setting up right now for them. Not really able to quite take them down for the count. Here we are. Here we are, chat. We go into round 3. Sunset Ravens trying to figure out how to deal with the Be Bad players. I think it's kind of good they're trying out a different side than normal. I feel like the I forgot what it's called, but the main storefront area gets pushed a lot, and it always gets shut down. But we're going to see sort of an off-meta push. I know most people tend to play B, but A is actually going to be chosen and picked up this time around. I don't think I've seen someone throw a frag up there. That would be interesting if they got a pick that way. I guess they throw flashes through that frag coming through, not gonna be able to connect with anybody. As Sunset Ravens coming in the side, finally C4 going in deep. It's not gonna stick it. Oh no, nobody gets hit by that. The Incend unfortunately landing on the top as Adam picking up another player. Now leaving us down to just Petrol on the back end. Jed and Beware is coming in through their corners. Mike picking up one. The two players there, Jed and gets picked up, and well, there you go. That's how they finish that one out. And there we go. Both players getting picked up. All the players being picked up. That's gonna be a little bit different now, as Sunset Ravens a little happier about their win, 2-1, getting a little closer in terms of that stat line. Probably not feeling as bad. As they try to make sure they don't lose out a 6-0 first half, because we don't want that. We don't want a 6-0 first half. That's gonna be very tough for them to be dealing with there. I know I wouldn't want to be dealing with that. Couldn't quite be. Dude, I did stretch. I'm gonna go stretch. I was gonna, I wanted to go for a run today. I don't think I can. It's gonna be too cold. What is it right now? It's 33 degrees. Have you ever ran in 33-degree weather? I don't know. I just feel like that's a little bit cold. But maybe I wish I had thermals. I don't have thermals right now, so unfortunate for me. I do not have my thermals, so it's gonna be hard to run. Round 4. Honestly, I feel like these rounds have been really drawn out. I don't feel like some of them are quick. Really taking their time. Cook and Petrol gonna be that deep roamer this time around. We'll see again if they get value or if they get knocked out too early. They'll be playing off a hatch actually, right above Pixel. Sunset Ravens going to be dealing with that one. Jed able to dodge the frag for the time being. His flashes now coming out. Incen trying to deny the zone. Jed getting picked up. Pixel Mike is able to get another one. Adam getting another pick there. 2K now in the hands of Mike as Petrol picks up their own off the hatch. And at this point, I would be screaming, we have sight. Let's go for the plant. B is right there. As now Petrol and Beware is having to find out where to find them. And now retake side. There is going to be again the Sunset Raven doing the high-low again. They're going to be able to take down Beware's. Sander getting picked up, but of course Petrol can't quite find both heads there as Sunset Ravens gets another one in the pocket. They'll be, again, happy about that one. Happy to say the least. Let's roll it. See, looks like Old Gravy's in the chat. Hello, Gravy. Are you watching on the big screen? Are you watching in the new house? Are you watching it next to your aquarium? As we keep going forward, Sunset Ravens now going into their 5th round. They'll be happy about the last couple wins. And now we're at a pretty good, I think, juncture where we're wondering, can be bad, get a couple more in the pocket. They were so, I think, definitive, so decisive in those first 2 rounds when they got that on defense, but I haven't quite seen the same magic, quite seen the same action that I did then. And now I think I'm more swinging towards the Sunset Ravens side, right? I don't know, it's going both sides. I'm feeling a little bit more of Sunset Ravens. They feel like they're starting to really pick up steam and their momentum. Drone going out, gonna be catching some of that early intel. Go run 33 degree lock in. I don't know if I can do that, brother. 33 degrees is a bit much. I'll run Descender picking up Pixel. Is that a long pick, but where's that with their own? As they aren't quite able to get them there. Trying to get these blind fires. They aren't quite landing though, as TACPan taking a little bit of chip damage from the Incen. I'm waiting to see what B-Bad's gonna be cooking up. Already a minute and a half into the round. Sunset Ravens really burning a lot of time. Oh, TACPan. Oh my goodness, that is going to be an unfortunate self-immolation there. Self-incen, I guess, actually a better way to word that one. Oh no, Quinn somehow dodging all the bullets. Petrol knocking them down for the cow. Can they see Tac? Oh no, they're outside the smoke. Nice, Quinn able to see that one. Sander getting picked up into Coop now, having to take on the 1v2. Takes on the 1v1. It's 2 seconds on the clock. You got it. They can't commit. There is no time. Here we are, B-Bad 3-2. This is, again, they're just going blow for blow at this point. And here we are. Here we are, chat. Once again. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win this one? Does everyone see my gravy coat? Pause right now. Pause. I'm watching. I hope they take a break after this. I don't know. But it's just like those breaks make this so much longer. I mean, we're going... I can't even say 2 hours. It's 2 hours plus an hour and a half. So we're going on 3-4 hours already. And this is already hard enough to do when I fully rested. Pixel picking up Adam. That's gonna be a great start there for the B-Bad players. Sunset Ravens again struggling now against Sunset Ravens. Sorry, against B-Bad's defense. And I don't know what happened. It felt like they had the momentum. Things were really stacking up for them and just been a little harder this time around. Forget someone can play through that. Attack pan picking up Beware's through the little vent there. I forget you can utilize that, man. I really don't play map. Here we are at a critical juncture, I gotta say. I think it's about to be pressured by the Sunset Ravens players. Deep frag going in there, not gonna be able to get much. Besides that, attack pan with a beautiful, is that a wall bang? I didn't even know you could wall bang that. Can you wall, that doesn't seem like you should be able to do that. Because there's like concrete on the other side. Anyways, EMP gonna be planted. Mike trying to go for the commit, but Jed shuts that one down. Now up to B-Bad can go in for the retake. Oh, they're so close. No, how did Attack Pan not get killed there? And Jakub are going to be watching their angles. No, Quinn able to take the one, but not the two. Now come down just to the shoulders of Jet. Or Jet can't finish it. Is that going to be an ace? I didn't realize Tackpan got everyone ace coming out there from Tackpan. Wow, they got every player on the team. I did not even realize that. But here we are. We are on the cusp of the upcoming second half. And, you know, honestly, it's anyone's game at this point, right? I'm wondering if Sunset Ravens can do what I'm used to seeing on Mall, which is people shut it down and hold it before people even enter the map. Or B-Bad. Whether or not they can pierce what they have going on here. Who knows? Who knows? It's anyone's game there. There we go. I need to keep myself entertained because, I mean, we're going on 3-4 hours of casting. I almost thought the Sander could see the camera. I was like, there's no way they can see the camera. They're like looking exactly where I'm at. Anyways. Okay, is everyone just looking back? That's throwing me off. Sander taking out the drone, trying to almost take out the other. Somehow doesn't. They both survive with 1 health each. That's actually insane. As Tackman's gonna be able to shut that one down. Petrol though taking out Adam with their own. Actually, there's an attack on A developing. As Quinn's gonna be able to take out Tackman on the other side. I'm waiting for this nasty lean for Mike to get the pick. Incense coming out, shutting down the zoning for now. No, Quinn just can't quite get the lean. Mike's gonna be able to shut that one down. Be bad. Now gonna be looking really bad as they get shut down by Sunset Ravens. 4-3. They'll be happy as they keep going into the upcoming round. A solid win there. A good hold up until the very end as things sort of swung out into their favor. You know, for a second, it looked like B-Bad was having a good setup. They got a couple picks early on, and they had a solid hold for a second there. But of course, Sunset Ravens, they were playing a long game. They weren't worried about getting some early losses there. They were worried about winning in the very end. I think I want to eat ramen, you know, for dinner. So I might go do that. So, you know, maybe we'll do a little cooking stream. I've always thought about doing like a little cooking stream or something like that. It'd be kind of fun, but I don't know if people would actually care to watch. Also, my internet's bad right now, so I don't know. I don't know if I would want to do that. If I want to do that. I am definitely gonna have so much fun. It's be bad. Getting ready for this initial entrance. Tac Pan gonna be a thorn in his eye. I can see them already on the hatch, and I've seen this hatch. It's such a pain in the butt to deal with. There we go. Pick up their Tac Pan, doing exactly what they need. Banking around in the pocket. Hey, look at that. That is stuff that you could not do before without the C4. It was just too difficult. Gonna be playing that deep roamer. I'm waiting to see if they're gonna run out. Maybe run into be bad players. And there we go. 4 players up for B-Bat. 5 on the Sunset Ravens side. TacPan just has to be smart about this engagement. They don't want to take too long. Put their team out. But I will say there is not a disadvantage, right? It's a 4v4 push. So it's really anyone's game. I think Bewares and Jed think someone's going to be back there, though. And if TacPan plays this right, they can just really burn time. Petrol getting picked up. Quinn getting their own. Jed, though, picking up TacPan as the standard gets the 1, not the 2. And there we go. We get the cleanup by the rest of the team. They'll be happy about that one. Sunset Ravens 5-3, potentially forcing themselves into series point. Again, whichever team wins this map will put themselves on a series point. They just need 1 more game win or map win after that to win out the series. This is a best of 5 series, so they just need to get 3 map wins to win it out. Chia. I'm curious, what is map 4 gonna be? Let me know in the chat. What do you think map 4 is gonna be? We've seen Mall, we've seen there's a ship, I believe we've seen Hideout. I think we're gonna see an Arctic. I don't think I've seen an Arctic today. I was kind of shocked. Arctic gets chosen pretty commonly. We'll see. We'll see in a bit. We'll see in just a bit. Sunset Ravens, 2 more until they're on. Sorry, 1 more, and they'll be on match point. And of course, 2 more to get that map win. What is going on? Sander, the first pick. Mike with the follow-up on Bewares. Can Mike get another one? Gets another one there. As now down to just the 2 players. I'm a little nervous for them. I'm not going to lie. Quinn, though, picking up finally a little bit more of a battle coming from the B-Bad side. They've been struggling against Sunset Ravens the last couple of rounds. This defense has been proving to be a lot trickier than they had planned, as Quinn and Jed need to figure out how to deal with the bodies of their leftover teammates. I just don't know if you can go for a save. I think you kind of have to, because I'm wondering, right? It's 5-3. You go for the save. They're on 6-3. Their match point just guaranteed an overtime for them, right? It's just you gotta play it. Nothing else you can do but play it instead. Beautifully placed. I don't know how they managed to do that. As C4 going live, they're not quite connecting. Quinn trying again, getting picked up by Sander. Now coming down is Jed to deal with the aftermath. 30 seconds on the clock. You're gonna be here. You might as well commit at this point. Attack Pan barely somehow sees Jed from the corner of their eye, and I mean, oh my goodness. Here we are, chat. Sunset Ravens. Match point. Does it have to be new map? Yes, I believe, because what, there's 6 maps? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think 6 maps. I don't think I'm forgetting one. Right, there's 3 original, Ship, Arctic, Mall. Oh, damn. So 7? 7. 7 maps, so you have to play them out. You can't do any repeats. You got to choose another map. I think you're able to still ban a couple, but you're not able to ban much, right? There's 5. You have to play 5 maps, so you can't repeat. So you can only I think you only ban what, 1, 2 max. But at that point, you ban 2, so you know everything else that you can play, right? You have to play the 5 then, the 5 that's left over. So, yep. Attack man gonna be on the back there by themselves. Seeing if they can slow down the bad push. All 5, nope, all 4 of the B-Bad players are going to be here. A lot of time burned, a minute already burned down for B-Bad. They're down a player, chip damage coming out for them. They're beautifully thrown aside. Oh no, Petrol taking so much early damage there. Oh no, this might turn out to be... Nope, Jakub shutting down the back. Again, so much chip damage on B-Bad. I think that's kind of one of the hardest parts here. Tac Pan coming out, gets the 1, gets the 2. It's a beautiful pick there. Beware is unfortunately unaware of what has just happened before their very eyes. Quindo can pick up Jakub. 40 seconds on the clock. This is it. This is do or die for B-Bad. Otherwise, we'll be going into map 4, actually. And they'll have one last chance at forcing a tiebreaker there. Mike's taking them down, finishing that up. And I mean, that's 2 multi-kills from a Sunset Ravens. I don't know what is going on, but they are definitely cooking up a storm here. There we go. Sunset Ravens winning out map 3, putting them at least up 1 point. Check it out there. 7-3 coming out there for Sunset Ravens. They'll be excited. They'll be excited about that one. As we are waiting for their upcoming choice. Let me know what you think. They might. I'm thinking Arctic. I want to say Arctic for map 4. It's going to be back in, I think, Be Bad. I think Be Bad gets to choose now. Yeah, Be Bad gets to choose the map. I'm guessing. I would say Arctic. I like, it's got to be Arctic, right? Like, what else? What else could it be? Question mark. Who knows? Oh, you know, it's crazy, right? We saw Be Bad just shut them down 7-3. To me, and that's, again, that's on Hideout, right? That's a very common map. So to me, it tells me Be Bad, I guess, is technically the better team, but that doesn't seem to be the case here, right? We're seeing Ship, Maul. I will say they're different choices, but both choices being chosen by someone else, right? And unfortunately haven't gone in Be Bad's favor in the last 2. So I don't know. I'm curious to see if Be Bad can come back. It's just Sunset Ravens seems to have really ramped up the momentum. I'm not sure they're just really warming up the first couple rounds, if they're just messing around. I don't know. But they're definitely a lot more locked in this time around than they have been really on map 1. So we are finally seeing the map vote come out. I'm wondering which map. I'm Arctic. I think Arctic. Oh, Dam would actually be good. I'm gonna choose Dam. I'm gonna choose Dam as my choice. Actually, you know, it's always when you mix up. It's always when you mix it up that you're proven completely wrong. It gets started. Starting right now. Starting right now. Anyways, we get right into the swing of things as we come in to map 4. Man, we have been going the distance. Does it show the map names? I wonder. We go to map 4, of course. Arctic gonna be one being chosen as Sunset Ravens is trying their best to secure their victory now on, of course, map 4. We can be seeing the opposite from Be Bad. They want to see if they can secure a second win on map 4. Here we go. Here we go. Chat, are we ready to watch Sunset Ravens maybe fight this one out, and who knows, maybe cinch their victory, prove that they got what it takes to win this one out? I don't know. We'll see on this episode of Bleachers VRML. Be Bad. I don't know. They just I don't want to call it poor performance, but not a ideal performance from them coming out in a map 3. They, I don't know, surprisingly just were not able to make things work at all. But Sunset Ravens, obviously, the opposite, looking great. Coming back, if anything, from a rough couple matches there. One second as I'm trying to see if I can get someone else in. As we're here now, map number 4 in the semifinals for EU. Sunset Ravens trying their best to really cinch this victory and force this one to work out for them. Be bad though, down one to Sander, picking up Petrol. There, Quinn does not get another. Quinn getting picked up by Adam. Now leaving just a couple players. Jed picking up so much damage done on the Sunset Ravens side. Going in for the EMP plant. Finally, as it comes down to Bewares and Jet, can they retake the site? Can they shut down these players? They cannot. Desander and Jakub picking up their own picks. Their Jed now faced with a 1v2. Timer's counting down. I think it's 30 seconds left on the clock. I don't know. Time is slowly counting down as I think there's another high-low situation. These players really play right next to each other and let no room for error here. Jakub gets picked up. Desander going to be there, but they cannot win this one out. That is going to be, unfortunately, I think no time left as they lose round 1 to Sunset Ravens. Bum, 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 bum. But here we are, Sunset Ravens 1-0. A pretty solid start. I gotta say, a little hectic at times. I thought B-Bad might have been able to come back. They lost, I think, several players. So much chip damage done to them when I think B-Bad had 2 full health players. So it goes to show that even if you have low health, those player counts do truly matter. At the very end, of Sunset Ravens again want to cinch this victory. They want to hold this one down, win this best of 5 series. We are again map 4. There is a potential map 5 if B-Bad does win this one here, but I don't think Sunset Ravens is going to want that to happen. Some early utility coming out there from B-Bad. They might go for the break on the wall. That's what I'm imagining they want. Frag coming out there, beautifully placed. Petrol gonna be taking so much damage right to the face. Somehow surviving the 15 health and have Trip Mine is gonna be out there. We'll see if it trips anybody up. My bet is it might. It might, just might. Yeah, they love doing this like double swing there. Mike picking up one, but Pixel getting 2 different players there. It's very interesting. Oh no, Flash coming out there, doesn't work. Petrol picking them up, and a Desander Pixel able to really shut that one down, leaving just Jakub as they try to take on 3 of the B-Bad players. Maybe a little too much aggression on the B-Bad side. They did shut that down. I think that is a Cadillo. That's going to be a huge pick. A little big pickup there. They can really get that in hand. A Cadillo versus Petrol and Quinn. That might actually make things a little more even in terms of this trade. Here we go, Sunset Ravens slowly peeking forward. Can they get this one? Jakub has to be very careful about the sound effects from the cloak. They gotta shut it down. Takes down the one. No, can't take down the two, though. That's unfortunate. But B-Bad's gonna be happy about that one. Sorry, I'm just looking at something right now. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. There we go. All right, B-Bad. 1-1 right now against Sunset Ravens.
Okay, I'm in, Martini. We've done it.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm like, I was like, what's going on? I'm like, oh no, that's the old information. They did go for a server swap, but hey, we are gonna be on map 4 Nightfire. Welcome in to the cast. Do you have the cast on, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm happy to be in. Happy to be diving into B-Bad and Sunset Ravens. It's been a close one so far, and it's really a toss-up right now on where we're headed for the rest of this series. Is it going to take us into that fifth map, or is this going to be it right here? SR getting baited out by a little bit of a clone drone there, a little bit of a fake out as Beware is just tucked in, waiting to push from the back line.
Waiting to push indeed. Petrol might be playing aggressive with a beautiful trip mine there. They were not expecting that one. As Beware's again trying to play that deep flanker, maybe getting value there, maybe distracting them as Petrol trying to pick up some of these players. Mike going in for the swing, picks up Petrol, leaving now just even trade right now for both sides. Never mind, Beware shuts it down.
A little bit of a 4v3 favor here for B-Bad. A nice little opening sequence to stop that initial entry point, and the utility coming in big. That trip mine really kind of setting things off nicely for them. They've gotten a little bit of ground gained here. Marui's in hand, so they definitely have the rifle advantage. We'll see if they can lean into that a little bit.
They do have the economy advantage, but I mean, we're seeing B-Bad pick them up left and right slowly but surely as time is counting down. Minute left on the clock. Pressure's gonna be mounting for the Sunset Ravens players. Can they get this entrance, or is B-Bad gonna shut them down?
Smoke is out on B. Utility coming in. Mike not necessarily committing to pushing in too hard and dropping back to regroup with Dissander. What is the plan? Are they just trying to figure that out right here in this back corner where they're safe before they advance in? 35 seconds left to work with.
Yeah, they got to play through, I think, the back area because the breach is already open, so it doesn't allow them to really play through the hallway. But because of that, it's going to burn a lot of time. They have 30 seconds now. And it's not going to be it won't be the first game. I've seen one, I think, round, maybe 2 rounds go to time. So it can definitely still happen for Sunset Ravens. But, I mean, time's counting so fast. They got to rush this.
Audio transmitter gives away some details. Pixel is Barney, scoops up one, does get tagged by Dissander. EMP does get planted, but not before they both go down. Beware's swinging the short corner. Going to interrupt that scanner plan. And a nice 3-player alive defense coming in from B-Bad. I don't know, Martini, maybe we're going to be pushed to that 5th map at this pace.
Man, I mean, I am potentially thinking that. I thought Sunset Ravens had this. SR's been doing pretty good the last 2 maps, right? They had 7-2 on map 2, 7-3 on map 3. B-Bad only having 7-3 on the map 1. So they haven't played particularly well in about 2 whole maps. But I believe, I'm not sure if I'm wrong, but I believe this map, B-Bad does get to choose. So it would make sense that they could win on this one.
Yeah, and I mean, it is early days. You know, this is the first half, the defensive side, and I think Arctic tends to lend itself a little bit more to the defense than anything. You know, this is definitely a map that is harder to break through, I feel like, as an offense, but it tends to be maybe like a 60-40 split. So there's definitely some routes to take, some avenues to get in to these side angles, break through these hatches and stuff at the right time. But it is not easy against a good team like this, like BBAD. They've been playing well all day.
They have Sunset Ravens, has been mounting up their own momentum, right? So we'll see if they can keep that potentially, or bring it back actually on this map, because it just hasn't quite worked out in their favor yet. As they're getting it ready again for another attack. Drone coming out, trying to get some early intel for them. Be bad though, playing pretty aggressive. Petrol playing deep, Pixel playing a little extended out on top of that.
B4 was tossed but not detonated. That could have been deadly for Adam.
Attack pan almost throwing the flash, but deciding not to commit. I think Petrol's got utility in hand, waiting to see if they can get something, denying the zone for the time being. Jim being checked out by Jakub. And again, we're seeing Sunset Ravens taking a little bit longer. Their setup. They're just waiting and drawing out the B-Bad utility.
Data committer going to slow down the advance down the main hall as well. So you really need to crack open B site, which you can see they have the foam down, ready to go. Another nade coming into the back line. TacPan and Adam barreling in. Adam not ready for the two players in that short hallway. And Quinn just flying in forward. Smokes out. They're trying to draw and drive through. And now there's Jacob in the tight corner. Catches Quinn out. Barreling in through that smoke. I love to see all the new effects they've added as Mike finds Pixel. And a wonderful 3v3 we're set up into here. What is Sunset Ravens' plan becomes the question, because they've not broken open B quite yet, and they haven't really gained much ground on A. It's been well defended so far.
I mean, so many resources wasted, and to your point, nothing really gained in terms of ground. Look at the health resources utilized by Sunset Ravens, the amount of utility thrown in. They still have, flashes. They still have their Incend. They still have their Breach, so they can still play through, but a lot was lost in just the attempt to push.
And it's now like a pretty heavy A-side stack, so I think if they were to breach B, crack in, it would work quite well for them. They've broken that B wall, but it looks like there's a read that this is going to be an A-side rotation, and you can see the defense is ready and waiting. Bewares is on the front line here.
As they get ready, Petrol, though, with their own wall bang there, and that's what I'm talking about in terms of health resources. They lost so much health that even a couple of wall bangs are going to take them down. Desander down to 3 health. They might go in for the save at this point, and I think that's what we're seeing. Yeah, they decided to pull out. There's just too much time burned on that commit.
Yeah, I mean, a Viper Marui, not a bad thing to take with you into the next round. It helps with your economy because, well, you're on 5th round or 4 rounds in a row loss right now, so, or 3, excuse me. So it's definitely some decent cash coming into Sunset Ravens. BBAT obviously set up and well endowed. They'll be able to really put out a lot of different utility, a lot of trip mines, stuff that you're going to have to focus on that'll slow down a quick, aggressive offense like Sunset Ravens can be. We've seen them play very strong throughout the course of these last 2 maps, like you said, but they're not quite putting it all together on the attack. And maybe just one more round on the attack is all they'll need. Maybe this one round on attack is all they'll need. They'll put up a flawless defensive half because they've done great on defense as well.
They have. I mean, we're round 5. They have a couple more. Well, at least one more after this one. I'm a little nervous. I think for Sunset Ravens, if they don't get this, we're going to be seeing it map 5. And it's kind of, a toss-up at this point. Because we normally don't see this sort of thing happen in a normal Breachers season. Best of 5 is a little different, I think, for a lot of these players. They're not used to it because now you have to start getting to some of these, I think, weirder map choices because you're so deep in the map pool.
Yeah, well, it makes your bans and your map picking, even more essential. You really have to look forward and have some foresight into like, well, what happens if we go to the 5th? Do we want to be at a disadvantage with a map we don't like or whatnot? Jakub finding Jed through the wall bang. A nice little opener here as a nade comes over the top to Petrol. Folk zones them off a B site. And it's a quick crack, but Petrol flies open through that open wall and catches an early kill on a Mike. A really nice snapback there. That slows everything down.
EMP going to be down on a floor. That's going to be essential in slowing down that Sunset Ravens attack. Petrol going to really try to be a thorn in the side of SR as they try to enter as they deny vision. Petrol getting a beautiful 2K there, trying to go in for the third. Pixel, hard committing, picks up that one. Tac Pan getting knocked down. Be bad. I don't know. Nightfire is looking like we might see a round, a map 5.
It's quick, it's fast, it's furious right now. It's a 4-1 lead, and they've got one more defensive round to go. Like I said, I think honestly could be, though, a 4-2 half is all we need to then get really down into the nitty-gritty of this map and see what Sunset Ravens are going to bring to the defense, what this B-Bad squad's going to be able to roll into on the attack with. You don't want to get overconfident coming off of a strong defensive series and then lose the economy early, lose that lead you had, and then be under pressure yourselves.
Exactly. We'll see if SR can flip this round again. B-Bad this is them kind of fighting underneath, with the fire lit under their butt, because if they lose this, it's series. This is double elim for them, so they'll be done after this. There is no second chances. This is already their second chances, and that's the same thing for Sunset Ravens. They don't want this to go to a map 5. They don't want to give them a chance to have another attempt at winning.
C4 tossed by Quinn. Going to be used to crack open that wall. And I think actually, they may have C4'd the wall last round to break it open and attack on the defense through it.
Yeah, I think this was a hallway. I believe they did crack it last time. It gave them a lot of good vision. Obviously didn't work, but they're playing through the hatch this time around. And this is going to be very dangerous. They can't really play through this little corner now, as long as that player doesn't play too aggressive on it. Quinn, though, being pushed now by the SR players on the top. Mike and Desander going aggressive.
A lot of utility used, though. That was like 2 flashes and a smoke to get that kill. It does free up the roam. It does put them into 5-4 advantage. They've got the confirmed kill, so it's a nice spot to be. They get rid of the static emitter, blocking that front entry point, and Petrol going to be that main line of defense on that front side here. Bewares and Ged not really going to see a whole lot. Petrol going down now, too, is even worse, because now they've really lost their front line defense.
Yeah, they've definitely committed a lot to this defense, and they are losing a fair amount in that trade. Be bad. They were looking so good before, too. It does put Sunset Ravens in a potential solid comeback for their second half. Pixel, the only one on a side. If they get this EMP plan, it's going to be unfortunate. I don't think there's going to be a way for them to retake it at this point unless Pixel has something to say about it. EMP down. Pixel getting shot down. And Beware is now just dead in a 1v5, 1v4.
Going to be tough. Scanner, EMP is down. I'll figure it out eventually. And Ged, yeah, has a long way to go to work through all of these defenders. And it might be just the better option, honestly, to take this rifle with to the next round, but they don't need it. This is the last round of the half before we swap sides and reset economy, so you might as well try for the 1v4 and a really solid final round of the half. And like you said, Martini, like I've been saying, maybe that's enough. Maybe that 2 points is what Sunset Ravens need to now swap sides, reset the economy, get their footing underneath them on defense. And I mean, really, 2 rounds and we're tied up 4-4, and then it's anyone's game. It's a fresh start, and Sunset Ravens have the defensive advantage.
Exactly. Now, at first I was like thinking B-Bad had his lockdown. They were doing pretty solid. They were shutting them down a couple times here and there. Sunset Ravens, though, with the 2-4, they go into defensive side themselves. It feels like it's a little more defensive, advantage for that team. So we'll see if they can win it all the way through. I think SR is in a good spot, honestly. I think 4-2 is not an unfavorable second half on defense. We'll see if B-Bad, though, can to shut it down. They had the momentum, but it just feels like they started falling apart in those last couple rounds.
It's risky, you're in a position where you got to obviously commit all your energy and effort, and, on both sides, losing this one's going to sting for either way. B-Bad obviously will be done, but Sunset Ravens, if they lose here, that 5th map can become even harder sometimes, because the anticipation of winning a series can ruin you for the next map.
Yeah, it might also kill morale. There's fatigue, I think, is at least to a degree settling in. These are long matches, right? You're talking going on 5-6 hours of just game.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Martini, putting in the absolute work to broadcast these matches for the folks at home, and hopefully the folks at home enjoying it. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Show some support. We do appreciate anything that is donated. It means a lot to the VRML. Helps us keep the lights on as the lights go out with that flashbang, and now back on as TacPan, Desander, and Adam all stay tucked in. The utility connecting on Adam on the back line, but the disciplined front line still finding kills as Pixel loses HP through that smoke. Will swing wide the other end and find a kill, a refrag. Desander still holding the front line.
Desander so low on health, but they're playing aggressive. No, their shoulder was peeking out, and there's so much loss. 2 players on each side, 2v2. Be bad. They want to win this one. They want to force this to map 5, but it's getting closer and closer to the round, and EMP's still on the floor. They can't play it. Someone's got to pick it up.
Yeah, and you have to play that EMP on the ground if you are the defense. I don't think they can see it there, so there's no way they know that it is down, that it has to be scooped up, but it's a big advantage to them right now that it's in nobody's hands.
Yeah, unknowingly, they're in a good spot, right? They're not even aware the EMP is down probably, but B-Bad doesn't know that. They're going to play it careful. They don't want to go out there, pick it up, and get shot down.
Oh, and Jacob almost caught him rotating in to grab the EMP. Bewares has it now, though. They can toss it to Quinn. They can get the EMP down, and they can force this retake from Mike and Jacob.
And exactly the way he called it, we see Quinn, EMP in hand. They're going to go for the plan. They play it smart. They're actually going for a different plan that doesn't generally get played there. Quinn able to stick it, but gets picked up by Jakku with a beautiful 2K there.
Wonderful clutch from Jacob. Mike's going to hit the defuse, and the opener to the comeback for the Sunset Ravens team begins. The pistol round locked in, sets them up financially a little bit in an advantage. It's not huge. We're still probably going to get some pretty standard mid-game SMG buys and picks here. I don't think anyone's really able to go outside of that comfort zone right now. But it is a solid opener, and B-Bag got to lock in. They can't. I don't know if they can really afford to lose these early rounds where there's like good opportunities to take points on offense.
I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say I'm feeling B-Bad, but I feel like SR's cooking. The steam is picking up, and I'm getting a little nervous for B-Bad right now.
Yeah, it is getting that way. A bunch of utility getting scooped up and picked up on the B-Bad side. Gonna try and crack the shell of the Sunset Ravens defense with a couple of well-placed nades, as we do see utility down as well on the Sunset Ravens side. C4 is to crack walls, static emitters, and your standard affair of utility. The C4 are really something we're seeing picked pretty consistently.
Definitely, and we're also seeing the Cadillo kind of becoming a common choice. We're seeing SR actually putting a couple of their players in, playing a little more aggressive in terms of their economy, but they really want to get these wins because, I mean, 3 and 4, they're still down. They want to get the advantage, or at least get the equalizer in this round. Petrol coming forward as Desander playing aggressive on this hallway.
Nice C4 tossed, catches a touch of damage. Nothing that they can't heal with a health syringe, but they don't have any health syringes on the B-Bad side right now. They didn't invest.
Looks like they went pretty aggressive on maybe expecting to get kills and not even worried about getting knocked out.
Either way, it is a bit of a hush here before the play comes in. The utility tossed around. They're going to try and get rid of that static emitter, but prompted off of that audio transmit, a lot of utility came flying back at them. The Incinade there deployed and slowed things down, and now more utility getting thrown Desander's way, trying to zone them out. Pixel trying to get through TacPan's angle and can't, and that kind of weakens and softens this push that they're trying to string together now.
Oh, Petrol getting the pick, though, but they're not going to be happy about getting Quinn. Also, oh, and they pick up Adam somehow with the swing there.
Huge pick. Desander playing it sneaky, playing it quiet. Getting ready to spring their trap. They go down to double swing. Really nicely done, and from the distance, TacPan unleashes with the Cadillo, and Sunset Ravens tie up this series 4-4. It's a best of 5, and this is map number 4. So this could be it right here. This could be Sunset Ravens starting to set the pace. They've got the economy advantage in this next round. They're going to be looking good. It's a lead is forecast for them, and they're feeling that.
I think they'll be happy about those aggressive buys with the Cadillos, right? We saw that come out in the hand of TACPAN, able to knock down those last 2 players in the end from across the hallway, right? So that's exactly what you want that Cadillo for.
Really nice utilization of it. And even at the close range, the TACPAN catching that kill on a pixel early to stop what could have been a very effective flank. It's all well-timed. BBAD are deploying an effective strategy, a play that they have organized, that they are trying to work together on. But, you know, you lose one of those elements, that flank, that wing side, and all of a sudden everything else kind of has its weak points, and they're being exploited.
Definitely didn't work out in their favor, but hey, just because they lost a couple rounds doesn't mean BBAD is out of the game. They still have several rounds. Sunset Ravens still has to win 3 more rounds. So doesn't mean they can't come back. Doesn't mean they can't maybe force this into a map 5.
Here we go, round 9. Tied up 4-4, series on the line for Sunset Ravens. Season on the line for BBAD right now in this map. Very much do or die. And that pressure is always fun, Martina. I always like to see how a team reacts to it, how they work through it. Because I feel it on the casting desk, just watching the games. I understand what that can feel like. You know, we've all sort of been in a competitive position, maybe akin to this, and it's exhilarating for sure.
Definitely is. And I think I'll never get over seeing in VR the players' hands literally shaking, right, from the pressure. Yeah. That is mounting. Mike on the back end there, getting a pick, gonna bank that one and head out, and that's gonna be a solid win there for those players. Still pretty even in terms of the player advantage.
Yeah, HP low, but they have a health syringe on the Sunset Ravens side. A health syringe available on the B-Bads as well if they do end up losing a bit of HP on their peaks and pokes. But they need to get that health syringe to Mike first. Mike's kind of in an exposed position, so it might be a challenge for Adam. Mike is the one that has it. So yeah, actually they should be able to heal up once it's off cooldown. But anyway, a minute left on the clock, and this B-Bad squad just still kind of analyzing where the defenders are tucked into.
I'm wondering where they're going to approach. I thought at one point they're going to play through the top. There's like a weird hatch they could hit. Never mind. Jacob able to take out Petrol on the back as they're down slowly 1 player, but they get their own there.
Keeping a 3-3. Ged Quinn looking for a little bit of some EMP plant coming in here, I'm assuming soon. Ged is the one that has it, and oh no. Adam finds Quinn. The Marui coming in big with the headshot. Bewares and the wall cracked open. Try and pinch in on the objective. Adam knows Bewares is here around the corner, but this is looking good. This is looking like Sunset Ravens going to lock this one in, and Bewares is going to try and carry their Cadillo through to the next round because their economy is not in a good shape right now.
And I think Bewares coming out there is going to be the final nail in a coffin for this round, especially with the timer on at 2 seconds. Sunset Ravens, look at that, mounting up the pressure 5-4 now. First lead in this map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it just took the side swap, like we were saying, and I think we're going to see a relatively full buy, aggressive buy come in from BBAD again, and from here on out, if they continue to lose, they're going to keep being able to be effective still because of that consecutive win-loss bonus. I think they'll have enough going if they lose here into rounds. It'll be do or die next round if they lose here. So it's very interesting how Sunset Ravens have pulled this thing back and are now in complete control of at least the economy and of this next round.
I think they definitely have revived the chances they had because it looked like it was slowing down. It looked like it was slowing down for just a bit. But hey, Sunset Ravens are going to be very happy about that one. 2 more to win, 1 more to at least guarantee themselves that overtime. BBAD though, I mean, imagine the pressure that's mounting. How do you approach this? The attacks have just been failing. Nothing they've done really has worked out for them quite yet.
You really can't let that pressure get to you, though. You can't be thinking about the end of your season. You can't be thinking about this being what could be series map. You know, you got to be focused on the now, and they've got a decent amount of utility, and coordination is still right there. BBAD have been playing solid today so far, so they just need to stick to what they've been doing well.
Drone getting taken down. I know they were trying to take out some of the utility with the explosive there, but unfortunately it does get taken down by the SR players. BBAD again getting set up. They lost, I believe, this site before, so they got to do something different. They got to get these picks. That didn't quite work out for the first time around.
Full stack coming in. Again, down through the mid. They haven't cracked open B just yet. The Ensign there doesn't quite go where they want to, and Petrol is able to stay alive and well. Now the move on the B site coming in. Jakub tosses C4, and it's exposed to the elements, but somehow survives on the drop back. Swings for Petrol and catches one. Quinn flying in from the other side, while Pixel pinches in a trade 1-for-1 leaves us into a 1v2. EMP being planted, and Mike's all that's left.
Mike is going to be the last hope for, never mind, not last hope, but the last hope for this round for Sunset Ravens. I don't know, Bewares is tucked in, Pixel tucked into their corner. It's going to be hard for them to see how they should approach this.
I think you have to eco, quite frankly, if you're Mike. I don't think you can try and fight this. Gets Bewares, Pixel still on the short corner. EMP is down. Mike poking and prodding, catches, no, doesn't. Pixel scoops up the kill, and now look at where they're at on Sunset Ravens. Is it enough for everyone to get rifles, for everyone to go in strong? This could be the big swing BBAD needed, because their economy is solid, and Sunset Ravens are down to very little resource.
That was definitely a vital round for Sunset Ravens to take the loss. There, as we can see, is a huge hit on the economy. And to your point, BBAD actually was in a pretty good position in terms of economy loss or win. Obviously, a win making it that much better.
Right. It's a whole shift. They're in a huge advantage right now going into this round on the BBAD side. Bottom floor, they've got all the utility they could ask for. They've got the rifles, Maruis. They can play it safe and slow. They can go for those long-range picks. In comparison, Sunset Ravens are going to go for like a full eco round. They're just going to rely on utility, maybe catching a pick, maybe some off-meta plays, a trip mine or two in a spot that they're not anticipating. But at the end of the day, again, it's not going to be... It's going to be tough.
Honestly, I get the eco decision by SR. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think they're banking on an overtime, right? They can just get one. Whether it's this one or next round, they have guaranteed themselves at least that overtime. And really same thing with BBAD. They're good in terms of economy. If it doesn't work out, they have the next round.
Work is out. They find the trip mines.
Utility's not quite coming out yet from SR. Attack pan going to be that flanker that tries to attack BBAD, see if they can get them on the backside by surprise.
No need to rush on BBAD's side. They've got this advantage of economy, and they've got the longer range weapons for some slow picks. The trouble, of course, is I don't know that B or A site really offers any sort of advantageous angles where Marui shines. I think they may actually find a little advantage in their short range weapons.
Exactly. I think if someone plays really deep, they can maybe find some advantage, but I don't think that's going to be quite happening here. Jed going in for the commit. Doesn't get shot. I don't think even Adam saw them.
Oh, Mike with the Taurus swings, finds a Marui, tries to duck back in time. Quinn finds the kills. They run out of ammo. DeSanders scrambling for a weapon in the corner, doesn't need it. TacBad with two, with a pistol on the back line. They pick up a rifle. This is not looking good for BBAD. They're in a tough spot as DeSanders swings wide, scoops up an Omen and finds the kill. Where's Pixel?
Pixel on the back end, unfortunately taking a little too long to enter. I think the move here might be to maybe catch them out by surprise, maybe catch someone running around. But here's the problem. EMP is on the floor. Sunset Ravens has advantage right now because they're holding that down.
Here comes the duo. Pixel is Barney. running right into the middle of them, and Dyssander with the Cadillo finds the kills. An eco round from Sunset Ravens sets them up for what could be series point here in map number 4.
I'm not gonna lie, Nightfire, I don't think they should have won that one, but you're right, this is a site that actually does work out for the fact that they were on eco round. I think if it had been another floor, we might not have seen a potential win, but here they are. Now they have the advantage. Now they can buy all of those buys there. You can see full Maruis across the board, and that's gonna work out very well in their favor. And here's the thing, worst case, they have overtime.
It is... Oof. Yeah, you're right. Sunset Ravens have earned themselves a bit of a cushion here with this 6th point getting locked in, and it feels good for them right now, coming off of a 2-map win, the comeback in full force here. Momentum most certainly in their favor. B-Bag got to cast aside the thought that their season could be done if they don't lock in these next 2 rounds.
Definitely a lock-in moment, or you're done. They're going home. That's it. They'll have to watch the grand finals, unfortunately, tomorrow from their own laptop. They can't do it live themselves in person as they get ready now for the final round. Someone is coming out of this, either a winner or we're going in overtime.
Pixel, Petrol, Jet all working their way up, and look at this, the frontline defense of Dyssander and TacPan being threats and finding kills. A nice job and an aggressive play, a risky one at that, as the C4 finds half HP on Pixel and Bewares, and that's going to slow everything down for B-Bad.
That is a big pick there. I mean, 2 players getting hit by that is going to be a huge pick, because now, you know, you can't just have the 1 syringe and they're fine. They have to burn a lot of syringes in order to do that. B-Bad now down to just 4, a rough start to their attack.
Yeah, this could be the series into the hands of Sunset Ravens, the comeback, if you will, off of a really tough map 1 start. They played solid in maps 2 and 3, and now even here, off of a 4-2 deficit, swinging it back to 6-5, and it's incredibly impressive. A very solid job from them to stay focused and manage to put this series to where it is now. B-Bag got to answer back in kind. They've got to stay focused, lock in, and challenge this defensive setup that is looking very dialed at B right now. An A-site rotate would do them wonders, but it's not easy to do with a minute left.
Not at all. And I mean, they still have TacPan, they still have Mike on the back end watching just in case they go for the rotate. Flash is coming out, connecting with a couple players. Frag taking down Adam.
Huge nade. TacPan trades in a 1-for-1. The EMP getting planted here. C4 is tossed. It's going to go down as Quinn drops off of coverage. Jed swings out and finds one. Jakub able to find a refrag. Bewares scoops up another, and now it's Jakub alone. We could be heading to overtime, Martini. We've spoken too soon.
You know, this looked like it was about to go for B-Bad, but I cannot believe this might have swung so hard in their favor. But talk about the coordination of B-Bad, the coordination of the attack there, even down a player. Here we are, Jakub, now dealing with the pressure, gets knocked down, and here we are, overtime.
We are headed to an OT round. What is the score line looking like? It's in favor of B-Bad, especially coming off of that last round win. So B-Bad chooses where they go. They want the defensive side, and it's going to be Sunset Ravens on the attack. And I think it's one and done, right? Or is it best of? Is it 2? You got to win by 2. Remind me, Martini.
One and done. We are going to find a winner. I don't know who, but we will find a winner after this. It is done for map 4, but I'm not sure. I don't know at this point. Nightfire, I don't know if it's gonna be done for the series, because it's either B-Bad. So here we have B-Bad wins, and now we're going to map 5, or Sunset Ravens wins, and then we're done. We're done today.
Yeah, we are going to see EU absolutely delivering on some good games so far today. We appreciate everyone tuning in. Please do subscribe, like the channel, come back for other content on the VRML network. We'll be trying to produce it during our break weeks, break months that we have coming up, and it's gonna be fun. Definitely keep the eyes peeled on the network for some unique content and other stuff like that. But also, obviously, the postseason live here right now, today and tomorrow for Breachers and Vale, and also for Vale next weekend. So a lot of content on the VRML network as the drone war comes in, and we got to lock in on this do or die OT round. 6-6. One of these teams is coming out with a map win. That's for dang sure. B-Bad tucked in on defense as the nades coming over the top. Petrol takes a big hit, but is countering back with some frags of their own to stop any advance.
Utility burn. I don't think there's... Okay, there are syringes. I thought nobody had a syringe. I'm like, what is going on? They had so much in terms of money. We're going to be seeing a switch up, I think, going on A side. A huge run from SR. We'll see if B-Bad is ready to catch this one out.
A lot of utility here at A, but I think there's enough time where they can actually kind of break it down, get rid of a bunch of what would normally slow down the push, and then rotate back to B. I think there's some validity to really trying to string around and pull and prod and poke at this B-Bad squad right now. You don't need to full send up through the open door like that as B-Wares finds 2, makes it 3 with the headshot. It's B-Bad locking it in. They could be taking this to a map 5. Sunset Ravens have some big shoes to fill here, some big clutches to pick up.
That is not going to be exactly what Sunset Ravens wants. I mean, B-Wares, I don't think SR was bewaring them, because now down to 2, having to take on down to 1, having to take on the Might, down to 0, and that is going to be it. Someone's come out of this a winner, and of course it's going to be B-Bad. And unfortunate for Sunset Ravens, they are going to have to deal with them one last time.
Yeah, and you got to wonder what that 5th map looks like. It's not a map that I imagine either team is too comfortable or confident in, and we'll certainly stick around for it, Martini, until I have 30 minutes. 40 minutes I can do for you. As I mean, you too. You're got to get ready for NA after this.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Shimi might have to help. I don't know. Yeah, because my internet went down a little bit. I'm too scared. We'll see. Anyways, we'll be going in to map 5. We'll see if they take a break. I know it's been a long day for everybody, because these teams are like, hey man, because these are both best of 5s, right? So I feel particularly bad for the Sunset Ravens players. They have been playing 2 back-to-back best of 5s, so definitely harder than you normally have to require. We'll see in just a bit. I mean, what do we see there? What do we see in that?
I think we could.
Yeah.
I mean, we could give yourselves a break, Martini. We could cut to a little bit of an intermission while they set up, because they've got 2 out right now. So maybe they're doing a substitute or something like that. We can just come right back into this final map when it's time. I mean, I think we gotta get ourselves ready, because I think this map 5 is going to be an exciting one.
Well, we'll take a quick intermission. We'll be back. What, 5 to 10 minutes? We'll see. We'll be back. All right, looks like we are going to be going in right into map 5. I thought we had a longer break. I only see 5
We're
players. 4? Let's go in.
There's only supposed to be 5 players, Martini. It's
Sorry,
not
4 players. 4 players. You know what I mean.
They're all in. It looks good. Sunset Ravens on the defense. B-Bad on the attack for our final map of the day here for EU on Factory. A classic, a tale as old as time here, and a map that I'm surprised was picked last, I guess, or like a map that was even available to be chosen as the last map. Maybe it'll be a true even playing ground here, Martini. Maybe we'll get another overtime in map 5.
You know, if I think Hideout is anything to go off, I believe the first map was Hideout, chosen by BBad, which is, you know, another commonly chosen map and very well known. So if BBad won that, part of me is wondering, will they win Factory?
We will have to see as we do crack into it. A middle floor objective, making it vulnerable to a bottom floor rotation, and also obviously the hatch work that we are seeing in effect right now. They've taken control of that top floor uncontested, and the dev sender just waiting patiently, doing a little dance.
That indeed. Desander can be on a side, maybe denying any early entrances by BBad. Again, the drone coming out trying to detect him. Desander getting knocked down. Petrol going to be the one on the opposite end of that.
Utility and whatnot coming in. Oh, TACPAN from the bottom floor, like I said, comes flying in. Catches Barney and Petrol unaware. Scooping up solid kills as Onsite gets way weaker on the attack, and now it's right back into the hands of Sunset Ravens. We've got control of defense.
I don't know if you saw that. So much damage from the C4. Look at Jed, Quinn down to 17, 11 health each. That is going to be a big C4.
Matter of time before this push comes in with a minute left. Oh, and a nice connection. Dev Center scooping up some elbows. A kneecap or two, and now a smoke to slow things down.
Now coming down to Quinn, barely surviving by the skin of their teeth. 11 health in hand. Someone just needs to shoot them once, and it'll be game over. Bewares, though, coming in to support them.
Instant frag onto Quinn. The quick peek from Adam. And it's Sunset Ravens with the pistol round in their hands. It was looking good, a nice opener, but then that stairwell swing from TACPAN in particular really set back the BBad offense. And yeah, a nice way to get things rolling if you're Sunset Ravens. It's Factory, I feel like it still tends to lead itself a little bit to defense.
Oh, definitely, especially with like C4s in hand. I know like there was kind of a weird swap when the flashes got stronger, but now the C4 kind of, I think, tipped things back. Is the fact that you can basically guarantee picks, right, or open up angles that you couldn't before. There's some interesting choices you can make.
I'm learning.
Yes, I mean, but this makes sense, right? Sunset Ravens. This really should be Sunset Ravens getting as many points as possible on defense until they're on the attack, and that's when it gets kind of challenging, right? So I don't want to count out BBad until we're on the second half.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It could be a situation like we saw in Arctic where you really want to limit the amount of offensive points taken at all, because even if there's 2 points on the board, it could mean that you go to an overtime 6-6, and so. You know, BBad maybe just looking for that one, those 2 rounds they need to set themselves up for a more effective defensive half themselves.
I think if BBad wins this, I think someone was saying in the chat, this might be an upset. So it'll be definitely an interesting thing that happens if BBad is able to beat them down. Sunset Ravens, though, on defense, they want to hold this one up. And again, not too aggressive of a defense, no deep roamers there.
The utility as Pixel tries to open it up. Nades and Incense coming in to that back line. Meanwhile, up front, TACPAN drops through the hatch, runs into one. Bewares gets picked up. Quinn finds a refrag, keeps it 4-4, and HP low on Petrol there, down to 1 HP. They're going to need a health syringe quick from Quinn.
We're seeing a bit of a switch up onto B side, which is interesting because I think BBad's doing the opposite. They're actually swapping to the other side of A.
Poking and prodding, trying to find some shots connecting to the wall there. Dev's gonna full send, and Quinn not ready for that commitment out the doorway. Maybe couldn't hear it either because of the instant audio, but either way, Dev catches one unaware. Now Ged's tucked in, waiting for Adam and TacPan to try and get more aggressive. Petrol drops down the hatch, maybe baiting them out. Ged pops up for one, but Adam's there for more, on the hunt to finish things off, and they will.
They'll be happy about that one. I mean, Adam, I did not think they would full swing. Got the 2 pick there. They'll be very, very happy about that little clip for themselves. Nice little replay for Adam.
Put it in the books, you know. Just put it in the scrapbook. Save it in the folder. It's a solid one right there as we do get back in to that bottom floor action now. We haven't had an objective down here yet, and it tends to be, I feel, a little bit more offensive. If there's ever an objective on this map, I feel like this one you have offense sometimes crack their way through a little more often.
Yeah, we see Storage played so much, and I know it tends to help them out just a little bit to get all the way through, so we'll see it be bad. It can manage, but again, the Sunset Raven defense, I don't say it's impenetrable. I've seen them have some cracks here and there, but I do think it's been pretty solid against this B-Bat attack.
Gotta agree with you on that one. They've had a couple left alive each round, and that adds up on the economy as well, you know, not to lose what you brought in before that round. So they're really set up nicely here. You're seeing a big disparity in the economy as well, obviously, with Maruis and Cadillos versus Vipers here for round number 4.
Some assault rifles, some long angles opened up too. This C4 going to be opening up this storage wall ahead of time, so it should help Sunset Ravens really deny storage to be taken up.
Push coming in onto B side. Nice little toss there on a nade that catches some damage on to TacPan, but not much. Wall is cracked open, and so they're a bit exposed on the defensive side here, but the Cadillos are still dialed in.
And you know, whenever I see someone open up this storage ahead of time, it's always a struggle for the attack to get into Sander with a beautiful 2-piece there.
Absolutely huge connection for TacPan on the back line as well. It puts B-Bad down to just 2 as Quinn on the front line gets picked off by TacPan, and Ged has to drop back and avoid getting scooped up so they can carry through what little they have. I don't know if it's worth it even, really. You might as well try and find a pick or two, or try and get a rifle off of one of your downed enemies.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy about that one. Jed having to retake against 3 different players. I'd almost be inclined to say go for the save, but it's an Omen, so is it that big of a save? It's not nothing, I'll say that.
Yeah, I hear you on that. You don't have a ton of utility or necessarily anything to bring through with you, and so yeah, there's the ping. You can see the ping from the team. Hey, pick up this rifle. Take that out with you. Grab this Viper. Maybe that'll be a better option. Anything better than the Omen, and they've got a Cadillo. That's not bad if they can grab that through the next round, but they may instead push for some kills. They've got a good ensign there, and they're barreling through sight very confidently. Can't catch the shots onto Desander. They went for the head, and you saw it just miss.
Unfortunately, I can see it almost be within the grasp there, but Sunset Ravens, again, another point. But it makes sense. They got to get these defensive points. Any defensive point loss is just going to allow B-Bad to maybe do what they did in the previous map. Yeah,
it could be a bit of a but I feel like when you've seen B-Bad down early in the maps, those are the ones they've struggled. Obviously, right, map 1, 7-3. Last map, they were up 4-2. You know, the other 2 maps they lost, they came out down early. So I wonder if that's going to be a common trend we're going to see now with B-Bad not being able to crawl out of the score deficit.
Exactly. I think if they can get maybe a 4-2, like 2 for themselves into that second half, that's good enough. But if it's something like 5-1, even, I mean, crazy 6-0, I think we might be seeing Sunset Ravens have a second chance of fighting Acer. I'm going to go back in the Grand Finals to basically have a rematch against Acer, who knocked them out in the first place.
Yeah, that would certainly be fun. It tends to happen more often than you would think, honestly, in the postseason, these rematches where the team crawls through the losers bracket. It's not an uncommon thing to see at the end of the day, but it is a the harder route to get to the semifinals. That's for sure.
Definitely, and Be Bad. I was telling the history really between these two teams at this point. Be Bad has basically crawled from the loser bracket from the beginning. They crawled through the whole loser bracket. Sunset Ravens, this is their only losers bracket match. So these two teams basically have the exact opposite in terms of history.
Push coming in here. We'll see if it connects. Nice setup so far from B-Bed. They haven't been picked off by any early trip mines as they cautiously try and vault their way into side. As I say, that Dev Center finds an early kill.
Beautiful push there with the Incent. Takes them out, drags them out of cover. The Sander going to be holding it from the opposite end with Mike. Bewares of the beautiful long shot there.
Nicely setting up B-Bad for a 4v4, picking up a key refrag. A nade there chips down B-Bad's offense heavily. Both Petrol and Bewares going low on HP. Bewares has a syringe. Petrol doesn't, as they sit on the front line and find a nice headshot onto Dev Sender.
Aggressive play there, but it definitely panned out. Adam, though, with their own on Quinn. And we're basically going body for body at this point as everyone keeps getting picked down.
Interesting sort of dive that they're seeing here from defense to sort of continuously send themselves out like this. As Adam does peek out, catches 1-2, EMP down, Petrol alone in a 1v3, and Petrol does get swung on, but a kill connects. That's money into their pocket. They have a rifle in their hand, and they may just drop back with that. And another loss into the hands of B-Bad. I don't know that Petrol is committing to the full resend back, but that could be what Sunset Raven are anticipating, and maybe they'll get caught off guard by Petrol, who's now committing in.
Committing in, no EMP. I thought they were going to go for the save, honestly, but I guess they're hungry. They want more kills.
Yeah, they got the health syringe, so they're actually at full HP. They're tucked in here tight. TacPan and Dessander are both here, and they're going to clutch. The double kill clutch. Petrol locks it in, and it's a offensive point into the hands of B-Bad. The one of maybe many. They could go 3-3 on, or excuse me, 3-3 on the half.
You know, it's one of those moments where I think you thought you basically secured yourself the victory and you relax, and obviously, because I mean, it's like what, 5 seconds? There's no way the guy comes out of nowhere and gets a 2K in 5 seconds, but you don't know that.
Rifle in hand, they let it come through the open gate. I mean, undetected too, using that active camo to get a little bit of an advantage on the initial peak. Really solid bit of work there, utilizing all the utility that was available to them on the ground and everything to get to where they got.
Wow, I'm still stunned by that. I don't think I think there have been several times during this specific series where I'm like, I don't know if they should have been able to do that, but they did it.
Indeed, I gotta agree with you on that. It's been an impressive one. Round 5 coming in here, and they've got a lot of utility to work with on B-Bad's side. So much so that they've piled it up onto the ground.
Yes, double drones coming out there. Interesting choice. Now they've already burned their drone utility. C4 coming in deep. A little bit of damage. Not much more than that.
Did slow Petrol down just a touch. More nades and utility coming in. Petrol flies in for a headshot onto Dev Sender. And Incent forces Petrol into the open hole in the wall, and Dessander will catch the refrag off of Dev Sender's death, and it keeps everything sandery as we go into a 4v4.
Mike really holding this angle, maybe trying to pick up another defrag going in there. A little bit of chip damage on the Mike as Jed bewares. Pixel on the back and able to get the one. Now committing to the full site there.
Yeah, and they got the EMP, so, or no, do they have the EMP? Mike's here in the smoke. Quinn flies past them, and Mike finds the kill. Mike's still alive, drops back off the smoke. Beware's here in the doorway, and Beware's wins the trade.
I'm not gonna lie, a split second I was like, okay, Sunset Ravens has that. Then another second, B-Bad has that. And I just don't even, let me see, did I have the replay there? No, I don't. Oh my goodness, there's a moment, I think you saw it on cast. There's a Mike or someone just sitting in the smoke, just unbeknownst apparently to the other player.
Was, I think, a lot closer than I mean, even now it's closer than Sunset Ravens anticipated. They had such a comfortable 3-0 lead, in control of the economy. And like I said, maybe it's just a matter of BBAD waiting for their time, waiting for things to be right for them, the right objective, the right situation on the with their weapons, the utility they need, and that bottom floor. Like I said, definitely one that's more vulnerable to a Marsoc win ends up going the way of BBAD or Marsoc WoW Enforcers.
BBAD.
That's an onward. That's an onward tour. That's not even. I'm not even casting onward. That's not even a veil.
Hey, you know, it's in the back of your mind, right? You remember the good old days, right?
Jeez.
Talk about a throwback there. BBAD coming in. And this is what we said, Nightfire. They just needed a 4-2 win. And I'm going to be honest, I think that's winnable for them in the second half. They could get a 3-3 here.
Oh, totally. And then the side swap, and just they could be in a very good position. That pistol round, it's gonna. I don't know. The pistol round, I think, is gonna set the tone next half, obviously. But yeah, right now it is very close. Economy pretty even, but leaning way much more into BBAD's side, really. So I'm actually not. I mean, you know, a couple of rifles here and there, but only 2 Maruis for Sunset Ravens.
2 Maruis. Hopefully they can get some value out of that. Otherwise, BBAD in a very, very solid form. If we go off of economy right now, take a snapshot, I would call it maybe their round.
Dev's lurking in the background here, trying to see if Pixel is going to find some success with their push, and it's all a matter of timing. And so you see Pixel and the rest of this BBAD squad going to be safe for now from a roam. Dev Sender pretty far away from the rest of the team, so if there's ever a time to commit to the push, it's now.
Exactly. Dysandra, though, trying to be the wall that is on site, trying to be the front line. Petrol taking a lot of damage there.
Good bit of ensign utility connecting for sure.
Dysandra throwing out the smoke, denied vision for the time being. Dev Center, no, tries to throw the C4, doesn't connect, but Mike able to get that long pick all the way through. They're shooting all the way from assembly there and war room.
A lot of guesswork coming in here, but Pixel, after the smoke dissipates, finds one, makes it 2. Ged scoops up another. BBAD has the half. As the nade comes in, it's a big nade, catches 2. Adam almost clutches up the multi-kill, but not quite, as that got a little spicier than it needed to, but it's 3-3, and BBAD are looking good on the half.
I saw the frag. I'm like, there's no way. I thought it was about to be a 3-piece there, but a 2-piece is still a happy one, but not enough for that to work out. And I don't know, Nightfire, BBAD, 3-3, 3 on defense. I mean, this is looking scary for SR.
Here we go into round 7, resetting the economies, pistol rounds, side swaps, everything coming down to the next 6 rounds, or hopefully, I mean, maybe less. We'll have to see. It could be be done in 3, 4, if anyone has to say about it.
I mean, if BBAD keeps his momentum up, they haven't lost the last 3 rounds. They could maybe win the next 4. Right in the round 7, we're seeing a slightly different approach by Sunset Ravens. They're actually going in for some roamer clearing as they send a lot of players up on the second floor. Pixel picking up Dysandra.
Doing not so much roamer clearing, but getting cleared by the roamer, as Pixel here takes out the drone and is now a threat to Dev. Catches the kill onto Dev Sender as well. And that one hurts. C4 comes into the back line, scoops up a kill on the duo, pushing into sight now as Sunset Ravens are down to 2.
Down to 1 now, just Adam, who has to now take on the BBAD team. And it's funny because Sunset Ravens, you would think the last couple of maps were just on a roll, and BBAD was going to be a pretty solid, you know, win against them. But it feels like the the script is flipped here.
10-3 from Adam. I'm just looking at that KD. Pretty impressive. Not to say that a hatch drop into 4 players is going to mean success, but still a solid score line so far. And a pistol round into the hands of Bad is exactly what they want off of coming back from a 3-0 deficit. They have 4 rounds in a row. Momentum is in their hands. And we could be out of here in 3 more rounds if B-Bad lock it in on defense here.
I don't know. I'm almost like screaming at Sunset Ravens. There's so many times they had it and it just kind of fell out of their hands. And that's something I've noticed with B-Bad, right? They've really clawed their way all the way to losers final. They were put in this first round of loser bracket, and yet they won, you know, the first set of rounds, the second, now the third potentially, and then maybe getting themselves into the grand finals. They've only been in the winners bracket for just a little bit. They've been in a loser bracket for way longer.
Yeah, that's tough. But I was just watching Quinn play some trip mines, so we'll see if those come into effect. They're on the top floor, interestingly enough, where the objective is not located.
You know, sometimes you gotta trip up your enemies and hope for the best. There, Sunset Ravens coming in. Quinn gonna be, I think, the roamer finally to be bad, as Mike taking a lot of chip damage there from Incen.
I think he's trying to draw them over to the trip mines.
That would make a lot of sense, actually.
I think he's hoping for a push in to where he has this double trip mine set up. And it might happen with how Sanders located. TacPan and Mike are locked in on getting rid of this roam. And they need to get rid of Quinn, but Dyssander will find the shots. Maybe that's false confidence for them to push through. Maybe they run into the trip mines. We'll have to see. They're still deployed here on this top floor. Maybe they just never see any enemy. And oh yeah, I think they actually did get destroyed on the nade toss. So no, they're still there.
My guess is they're just not gonna play that anymore. Yeah, as we come in, be bad, down a player, but still a good amount of time left on the clock. They can hold this down, but Sunset Ravens actually opening up the war room.
Yeah, and the backline defense getting picked apart here. B-Bad losing their on-site tuck at A with a nice breach there. And now Geb on the front line getting absolutely pressured. Everyone is here on site. A nade comes in from Pixel Barney. Get in the close quarters, catches another. 2 are dead as Dev cleans things up in the smoke and this EMP gets planted.
Planted Dev Center taking a lot of damage there on the Pixel. Time's counting down, 45 seconds on the clock for Sunset Ravens to get an equalizer. Here, Dev taking down the Wares and a beautiful 2-piece there.
Yeah, 4-4 OT could be how we decide this series, quite frankly. I mean, wouldn't that be something? That would be a heck of a day for EU if we took this all the way to a 6-6.
That would be, I believe, the second or... Wait, no, we already had an overtime, right? So... So second, yeah, overtime, if we got another overtime.
We'll see. We'll see. It's certainly going that it's trending in that direction right now. The trading and economy puts both teams kind of even. Sunset Ravens a little better off. B-Bad going into an eco round. If B-Bad wins this or does really any economic damage by killing any of these rifle holders for the likes of Sunset Ravens, then I think it's going to be a net positive.
Oh man, here we are, but I want to favor B-Bad, right? They're on defense. They have, you know, a good amount of points on them, but Sunset Ravens, I think they don't want to take this laying down. They don't want to lose this. They've been fighting for so long, and I mean, but I can't imagine being on a Sunset Ravens side. You just have gone through so much today. 2 sets of best of 5s. That is just a lot for any one player to handle.
Yeah, and it's gonna get. I mean, you just, at least you know there's an end to it. You know that you only have a few rounds left in this map, and then you're done for the day. But it's, yeah, there's still a good bit left ahead here as the hatch opens up on the top floor objective, which I think we haven't had for a couple of rounds. So a little change of pace for the offense from Sunset Ravens.
They'll be happy about this one. Getting ready for the push. A lot of aggression there. Quinn getting knocked down. Petrol getting knocked down by Mike with a beautiful 2K there. I don't know. B-Bad is getting slowly pieced apart.
Static emitter still down to slow entry into B site rotation, but A is a bit exposed, a bit weak. GED is all that's here, and they're going to open up that wall soon enough. TacPan dialed in the GED, who had a nade primed, but now has to tuck back in and pick up their rifle. Back to the nade, waiting for the push to come in. C4, excuse me, comes over the top, doesn't connect, and the push onto A site begins. Dev Center comes flying in.
Mike, being smart about it, goes in for the plant, and I think this is going to be done. Game, set, match now, as everyone is going to be retreating to the rooftop for the hatch post-plant strategy, and basically I think they've guaranteed themselves at least this round win. Beware is getting picked up. Everyone is getting cleaned up at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's actually going to be pretty rough for the B-Bad squad. They medium bought in here, and they didn't get a single kill, so they didn't do damage to the economy of Sunset Ravens in any way. They're going to carry through everything to the next round if Pixel doesn't get anyone here. And yeah, you're looking at a few more rounds to go, and they've got themselves a series. Well, that's actually 1 kill. That's pretty good. Can't get any more than that. Had an opportunity for maybe 2, but still, at least to do some damage is something, but not quite enough of what I think they were hoping for on that round.
Oh my God! Knife fire! How is this still? Oh my goodness! Somehow, Sunset Ravens is making this work out. B-Bad. Now I'm getting scared for them. I don't know if they're gonna be able to come back, because it feels like the tide is shifting right now.
Yeah, I really, the momentum feels like it's in Ravens' hands, but it's been trading hands, quite frankly, pretty consistently across this half in particular, and so I don't know what we're gonna see here for round 10.
I don't either. We'll see. Just a bit right now. Petrol, Bewares, Pixel, Jed, Quinn. We're on potential the match point before the match point, right? If Sunset Ravens can get this one, they've guaranteed another potential overtime, or they put themselves on match point and just might win it outright.
Let's see what this attack looks like with a fully kitted SR squad and a very under-kitted in comparison B-Bad defense. This middle OBJ has been a tough one to crack, or really defend, excuse me, it feels like, as most teams have been able to break through it pretty well. I love that defense can open up a wall too. It just really changes things, where you see in here with Pixel holding a much longer angle than they normally would be able to hold before C4.
Indeed, and looks like they are getting called out for the roamers. 2 of them being called out. I'm wondering if they are going to play it or just return back to site. At this point, I would say, hey, there's 2 up here. We can push this probably. There's 3 guys on site.
It is definitely weak on site because they are taking those risks. Quickly, they can, I don't know, the ability to snap back is there, though. They can pretty quickly get back in to position to defend A or B. I think maybe that's the value of not overextending on your rotate, obviously. If you are going to poke and prod, then you eventually got to come back in time for what is the full team push, which they're setting up for now.
War room being opened up right now. B-Bad. They're really holding this one out. No one has been shot, I believe. No one has received damage this round. Never mind, Beware is getting knocked down.
Biting the ankles of Bewares. Nice little pickup there. Mike working their way through the front line here as Pixel tucks in deep to the back line. TacPan catches Quinn holding a back angle, and now it's up to Jet and Petrol, still waiting to figure out where EMP's coming before they overcommit to a location, as Petrol flies outside the corner, does find one, but at the cost of their life, and now Ged is alone in a 1v4.
Oh my goodness, Sunset Ravens. That was such a long windup, but a windup that worked out very, very well in their favors. Jed now having to figure out how to retake this. Can you even retake this?
no, they find one, but not more than that. TACPAN shuts things down. Sunset Ravens take it to series point in map number 5.
This is it, Nightfire. This might be the end of a long series. I mean, we've gone back and forth. Let's see, 7-3, 7-2, 7-3, 7-6, and here we are, 6-4, potentially 7-4, unless Be Bad can fight back.
Yeah, and they have, I don't know, less than ideal, less than meta rifles, less than meta utility to buy into here because of where their economy sits, because of this being that last map and kind of do or die feeling hitting them. And now as we go to this bottom floor, I feel like the advantage sits in Sunset Ravens' hands.
That indeed it does. I'm worried for Be Bad. I just don't know if there's going to be a way to come back and fight this one, but I've said that many times where I don't think someone can do something, and turns out they can. So we'll see. Be Bad does surprise me as we come into a potential final round of map 5. Let's say that again, map 5 of the semifinals.
Pretty nuts. Here we go into the action. 2:15, do or die. Every round must be a win for Be Bad from here on out. Cannot afford.
Oh.
So they can't afford that. A nice early C4. Catches 1 kill right out the gate on the Sunset Ravens, setting things up nicely for this defensive round.
Adam taking blind shots, not quite connecting with any of the Be Bad players. Everyone is holed up at this point. They're waiting and just holding these angles. No roamers, no messing around. They just want to make sure they secure these picks.
No need to overextend, can play it conservatively here as Ensigns do come out, slowing down what could have been an advance through that initial doorway. They've got a minute 20 to work with, so a lot of time to pick B or A, but both sides well defended and tucked in, ready and waiting.
I think Mike just barely seeing the head of Quinn. Jed is holding her own there. Quinn is somehow still alive. They're TACPAN picking up one. Adam, TACPAN with another one on the back end there. They didn't see the flanker there. Now Jed being picked up, just Petrol. Now in the 1v3 as they pick up one more, 1v2.
EMP is planted and they have health syringe, so it's going to be a full HP Petrol as Mike also gets healed going up against a relatively healthy Sunset Ravens duo. Where do they approach from? How do they attack? What's the angle? Petrol with about 30 seconds, 35 seconds to work with.
We can hear it every second of that EMP counting down. This is it. They have to do this. Otherwise, Sunset Ravens is going to knock them out from double elimination. It's counting down. It's getting faster. Now Petrol peeking out. Can they catch Mike? No! They can't. Adam shuts it down. Sunset Ravens coming out 7-2.
Ooh, fun to pop into these last 2 maps, Martini. I appreciate you letting me join, but I gotta go get ready for my Veil series, so I'll let you sign off here for what has been a fun day of Breachers.
Of course. Thanks, Hi-Fire. Appreciate you coming on, and thanks again for everyone else hopping on and watching the EU semifinals. And of course, this was a best of 5 series for the loser finals. Sunset Ravens going to be the ones that have clinched the victory and are moving on to the grand finals tomorrow. Thank y'all for hopping in and watching it. It's been a long cast. It's been a long day. I believe we have about 5-6 maybe hours of casting. This was a long day because it's 2 best of 5 series. But hey, here we are at the end. Sunset Ravens happy with their win. They'll be moving on, and congratulations to them. If you want to see some more Breachers action, definitely check out the NA side of things. We should be having those matches come up pretty soon. They will be in 20 minutes, I believe, so definitely look out for that. It'll be starting pretty soon. Otherwise, in terms of the EU for the semifinals, unfortunately, we are out of cast today, and that's all we got. So again, thanks for hopping in and enjoying the cast with us. We'll see y'all in the next one.
VRML is brought to you by Helga, the esports manager. Triangle Factory. Thanks for watching VRML.